Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. I'm your humble host, Mr. David Knoll, also known as Hawkeye Feathers. And I greet you all with the love and the honor of the infinite creator. And I continue to pray each and every day, even when I'm not on here. I continue to pray that each and every day, each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive the healings, the knowledge, the wisdom, and the blessings from the universe. And with that said, on this Tuesday, actually, it's a Wednesday morning early. Silly old me, I let the dog out. Who let my dog out? And I thought he followed me outside just a few minutes ago. And so, like a fool, because he was at the neighbor's house. Um, short little diddly story right at the beginning of this. But speaking of trials and tribulations, I'm running through my field slash half woods, in my slippers, which are warm, but when they get damp, they're not so warm. Chasing into my neighbor's backyard because my dog is at the neighbor on the other side of him down there barking at him. So I have to go tripsing across 3 acres of property to go try to keep my dog from whatever he's doing, right? So just before I come on, gonna let the dog pee. I'm gonna pee, gonna look at the stars, check the temp. And I thought he was behind me. He was still in the house. So I'm outside. Dogger, come on, clapping, you little son of a bitch, giving him hell. And I open up the door and he's standing at the door like, I'm here. I didn't go out. So shame on me. But after the trials and tribulations earlier on this evening, I was like, holy crap, he went to the neighbors again. No, he was still on he was in the house. So hi, everybody. It's early morning. Hi, Jody. How are you? Ian, blessings. Um, Robin, and if Ed, if you're in the background still, hi, how are you? Um, Jody, by the way, I haven't forgotten about you and the question you asked about archery. I was going through some of my like channels and it's like been a ways back. But it got me back to thinking about archery again, and that I've got several bows here around the house along with my crossbow. But anyway, I feel like I should have a discussion about it at some point, just to as a random thoughts on archery and things that you can use and some stuff that I've been playing with, like for example, if you run out of arrows. So different things, but this particular topic for this morning seems to be, it's been rolling around, been rolling around in my little head for a while now. And so it's one of those things where I'm like, I want to cogitate on this just a little while longer. Well, here's a subject. Yeah, okay. Yeah, but I want to cogitate it. I want to chew my cud a little bit on this subject here. And everybody, somebody's always trying to sell us that the end is near. We're all going to die. We're trials and tribulations, Bible passages, revelations. Here comes the rapture again. There's this one poor guy that I listen to him every once in a while, but for the last 3 or 4 years that I have subbed his channel, the rapture is tomorrow. The rapture is tomorrow, or it could be any day now, and the rapture is coming soon. Well, after 3 years, um, I I I still subscribe to his channel because there are some good things that he says, and there are people who are seeking information in these times. But to just get stuck on the rapture is sort of like getting stuck on the flat earth. That's all you can frickin' talk about. Flat earth, the rapture. Okay, everybody's got their thing. But with this, the trials and tribulations, now we all have to agree there's some, stuff going on in the universe. And different people view a situation totally different than somebody else. Okay. So, for example, when my backyard floods and things get wet, and there are certain things, I mean, it rained so much a couple of weeks ago that it had flooded my backyard. I'm up on a hill now. I mean, there was, about this much water standing, but it seeped into my sewer lines and came back up in my shower because there was so much pressure in the ground that it literally filled up my drain lines and pushed the water back up. Now, it doesn't happen very often, but when it does, you don't take a shower, because there's 2 or 3 inches of water in the tub. Now, that was my fault for putting the shower that low in the ground. I My fault. But to the same point, though, when it rains enough, so you say, well, holy crap, I made a big ass mistake here. Nobody take a shower till the water drains back down, and it usually only stays for a little while, depending on how much it continues to rain. But I've never had to bail it out. Okay. It come close one time, but so we're talking like this much water in the house that came back up. My shower line is not hooked up to my septic tank. Okay. It's just, and my gray water just goes out into the garden under the ground. But so when it gets so saturated, though, it literally comes back up the pipe in the shower. My fault. But anyway, so you're never really understanding what it is until the water comes and it comes back up inside your shower. Now, that's a trial and a tribulation. Okay. One could say, oh my, and the first couple times it happened, I was like, oh my God, what the. So I had to realize, well, wait a minute, bad engineering on my part. I really should have put the shower up a little higher and done a little different. But who knew that what 4 or 5 inches of rain in a 24, 36-hour period would saturate the ground so much that, everything's flooded. So, which also means that my septic tank was flooded too, as well. But we learn from those trials and tribulations. Now, my gray water, it was just water, just rainwater. That's all it was. Nothing stinky or anything like that. But the idea, though, that other people what would they do in a situation like that? What would you do? Blah blah blah. What would happen when the lights went out? The other day when my television and all my appliances down there they went out. And the first thing I was like, holy crap! I shut the power off again to this area. And then I went, wait a minute, let's do some troubleshooting. So I sitting here in my chair, I turned on the light. No, we got electricity. So from here to the television set, which is about 20 some feet, 22, I think. Anyway, there is a sort of like an overload fuse thingy, and it's supposed to keep hum out of the line. So come to find out that for some reason it just decided to fail. Now it's many years old, no big deal. But instead of freaking out, which was the first thought I had, was not that, something along that line had happened, but the power was off again. So, oh, trials and tribulations. Oh, whiny pot me. Let me check. Oh, there, what my movie I was watching. Okay. A lesson learned. Wait a minute. Before you go off on some kind of a tangent, come back down the line here where I know that this particular line goes, see if this light's got electricity. Instead of trying to call the power company, but I can't use my phone because guess what? It uses power to charge it, to my point. It wasn't that at all. So, but other people would have freaked out or done some other things, or wouldn't know what to do, or wouldn't know what to check for. It took me just a few minutes. So we learn from our lessons. Now, spiritually, and I was thinking about this, and I put at the top of this. Hi, Chloe, Ed, still there. I can't see. Batul Al. Batul. Okay, Chloe, Michelle, howdy, 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 howdy. Doesn't my hat make me look handsome? Thank you for an old man. Um, at some, I always considered myself an ugly. I got my eye on y'all. You know that thing like that. Sorry about that. Knocked everything over. I was sitting here eating cheesecake and having coffee. Hi, Bob. Hey, Michelle. Hi, everybody. I'm going to finish my cheesecake. Mmm. Vanilla and chocolate mix. Swirl. I'm right ugly. Oh, I'm not ugly. I didn't put my glasses on. How about it says you're right ugly there? I'm in one of those moods. Like, but anyway, let me go back to the trials and tribulations. Kind of try to stay on topic. But everybody would look at a certain. I'm bringing up those circumstances as like, well, that's just oddities around the house. But the only way that I learned about it was by living here all these years. And when I went into the bathroom last week when it was raining so much, I was like, oh look, the shower has backed up into the shower. That's how much rain we have. Oh, looky there. Versus, oh no, what am I going to do? So how we react to things is through the lessons that we learn. Now, if it was a fire outside or something and it was burning in the woods and it was close to the, I mean, there are different trials and tribulations and lessons that we learn. Okay. But let's discuss this has sort of been, just filling in the gaps to get to the spiritual things. So if you've never understood pain in any way, the loss of your cat, the loss of your dog as a child, the loss of a grandparent as a child, like I did, and early on he died, but Grandpa Raleigh was I considered a good man and taught me about racing and different things, and even at an early age, I still remember him. So after all these years, the lessons that he taught me, I can still use some of them today, practical things. So in the title of this, I'm like, don't overthinking the simple. So, for example, my excuse about the TV going off and everything, it must be the whole house. No, it wasn't. So we learn through these lessons spiritually. When we lose a loved one or a cat, or we learn to eventually get over that cat or dog, grandparent dying at an early age like me, other things. And so these things build up to us as to what our spiritual makeup is. And sometimes I have over empathized with people. And I at one point I could just cry at the drop of a hat, literally. And come to find out, it was all the really strange and weird stuff. 6 foster homes in the 3 years that I was in the system, and really crazy dreams for a long time of some really strange shit. And it was through Catholic Charities, by the way. Underground rooms, tunnels, things, just some really strange stuff. So at the age of 3.5, I also had a brain concussion, a head concussion, that they took me to the hospital and had me sewed up. But they didn't check people for those types of things back in 55. And so I've always kind of been a little dingy, right? But when I was going back over some stuff, I realized that I'd had a head bang way early on. So I've always had troubles in a way, sort of like dyslexia. I could listen to someone. Now, this is tied to trials and tribulations. I could listen to a lecture. I could take notes. Okay. But I had to take what the person said and convert it into Dave's language where I could understand it. Because, well, these two atoms, okay, the atoms are like balls. And, they'd be talking science or chemistry. Oh, did I do horribly in this chemistry? Um, but I've always been fascinated by it and mixing things together and compounds and so forth. But I am worthless with the periodic table and stuff like that. Um, so in my trials and tribulations of failing in school because I was having trouble discerning information through the trial and error period with myself, I developed this way of, so I was still thinking two sentences back about what this person meant about the atom and the thingy, and they're swirling around, and I missed the next two sentences. So my brain has to catch up because I'm still processing what was said to her, a minute ago. So I'd had like, okay, a little glimpse of that and a glimpse of that and a glimpse of that. I could study a page and would look. I could tell you the page number, the paragraph, and where the answer was, but I couldn't give you the answer from memory. So one of the nuns at Tampa Catholic, I was beside myself. I said, "Sister," I said, "listen, ask me the question and I'll tell you where it is." She goes, "What do you mean?" I said, "Do me a favor." Now, this is long before anybody had anything to do with, learning disabilities so much. If you were low IQ, you were put in a special class. Well, I was put in a special class because of my reading comprehension sucked. It still does. I still have to read some things aloud, maybe two or three times, especially if it's important. But once it's there, I can damn near recite you the page and number. So I told his sister, I said, "Listen, ask me a question just randomly, and I'll tell you where it's at in the book. What it would, when you open the book, if it's on the left side, right side, and how far down it is." And she did like 4 or 5 questions. It was only like 10, right? And she goes, "Now, how can you remember that?" And I said, "I don't know, but I can't read the sentence though, but I can tell you where it is in the book." And she was like, "That's just." So she eased up on me a little bit. I still didn't get an A in her class, but I didn't flunk, which in my senior year, I damn near flunked everything. Oh, it was horrible. And I started out with A's and B's and a couple of C's. And at the end of 4 years, I was C's and D's and maybe a B if I was lucky, or maybe a C. But a lot of stuff was happening in my high school years. But to the point, though, I let those things carry forward. But by learning from those trials and tribulations, and learning the lessons of, wait a minute, I'm not stupid, okay? Because that's the first, well, I read it to you. Why don't you get it? Because I heard you, but I was processing this part when you were reading this part. That's why sometimes when I do the card readings, I'll stop and go over a certain thing because it seems to be really important. And if you're still processing something that I said a paragraph above, I want to make sure you hear this because this seems to be the important sentence in this, right? So I do it for myself, but I do it because I understand how the brain works. Sometimes there's a lag, and you hear this part, and the conversation's still going. And it's not that you're not listening, but your brain has stopped long enough to try to intake this. Don't overthink the simple, okay? And this is all related, I promise you. So in this idea, though, that, okay, so what is a trial and what the devil do you mean by tribulation? Now, is that, lightning coming out of the sky and striking all around you? Are you in a flood prone area and, the water's coming up? Now, I have told these stories and it's happened twice to me on the Ochlockonee River. where the river actually flowed upstream. Twice it did. And I'm sure it's happened before and after me, but I was camping out there and there was so much rain to the south of us, okay? Like Tallahassee, Florida Line, Interstate 10, and Thomasville, where I was at, um, uh, you know, 15 miles from the Florida border. Well, there was so much rain coming up, and it was a tropical storm coming out of the Gulf. Didn't think it was going to hit us. It wasn't going to be much. And before I could pack up the camp, the water came up 2.5 feet. And by the time I finished loading everything in the canoe had this much water in it. So I'm bailing the canoe out. And the place where uh, the river comes down, then it makes a left-hand turn and goes wiggles, 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 and comes all the way back around. And it's only like about 30 yards, maybe. Like if it's 100 feet, it's too far from the river over here to the river over here, right? To where it bends. So when the water comes up, it just cuts right through there. Well, it was coming behind me. And by the time I got in the canoe, all of the dirt and the land was covered. And within less than 2 hours, it had come up 3 feet. Okay. Now the good news was, I mean, pouring rain by that time, and I mean really hard. And the good news was there was so much water going back upstream, which is where we were headed, back up to the bridge. You know, where I had parked and everything, that was now all flooded. And so it was just a mess. And it was just in a matter of a couple of hours. All right. Now, down here on the Ochlockonee, if somebody had told me that, I said, oh, bullshit, but no, I was on the river, and it happened twice. So the other time there wasn't near as much rain, but the water did, the same incident happened. There was so much water falling south of us that it couldn't flow south fast enough. So it ended coming up north. Anyway, how do you plan for something like that? I mean, seriously, I'm watching the water rise and I'm going, what? The river's going backwards. No, these are tribulations from God. This is where I'm headed with this. So, Moses parted the ocean, the sea, or whatever. He parted the water, blah, blah, blah. He parted it, right? Boom. Or so they say. And so it's like, then God's making the water go upstream, and flooding me out. I had a whole rest of the day to go, Nope, you're going home now, Okay. So what do? You learn from the lessons of all my experiences on the river and camping and boating and so forth. You pack your shit up and leave immediately. You don't care whether it's packed or not. You get out of there because you're in a situation that is a trial and tribulation, if you wish to consider it, that has come from God. Lightning all around, hard rain, and you just did what you did to get out of there so that you didn't get literally swamped, drowned, or something else happened. So in life, in the river of life, in the flow of life, sometimes things will go backwards. You will literally go back upstream when you're headed downstream, or most of the time, if you're going with the flow, you should be heading downstream. But there are those times when you hit those monster storms that you're maybe just not freaking prepared for, whatever that is in your life, right? And to think that you look at the news and the stuff that's going on and you go, do you think this is going to get any easier anytime soon? So, but this idea of trials and tribulations, now, do I think we're all going to die? They're trying. But yes, we are all going to die at some point. So let's get over that. Now, but here's the point. How are we going to survive whatever it is these trials and tribulations are, right? So, and I'm not going to talk about being prepared, but by my being on the river with the canoe, I had the canoe that time. Um, you hopefully have enough stuff with you that you can maintain. Now, that day I went up the river when there was no water, in the middle of the summer and during dog days in August, I had no plan on staying for 3 days on the river, right? Now, when I went camping that day, in a different place on the river, um, I had every intention because I was camped out, right? So I had stuff with me that would help me in my situation. Now, I've learned because of the issue of spending 3 days on the river when I didn't plan on it. I now take certain things with me that some people would say, well, ain't that overkill? No, because I done learned my damn lesson. I went up the river for a couple, to be only gone a couple hours and ended up spending 3 days. Oh, hell no. I'm taking my little ditty bag with me with some stuff, And, here's what, for example, something simple, I throw in a couple of cans of fruit cocktail. Okay. Fruit, it's light on your stomach. You can open the can and peel part of it back. It's got liquid in it. Some would say, well, I like peaches better. Okay. My point to that, though, is you throw a couple of cans of something simple like that you don't have to heat, cook, but it's got, vitamins, okay. And you can use the can for whatever you might necessarily need. But to the point, though, somebody's like, well, what are you throwing them cans in the kayak? Because you never flipping know. And whether or not I always have a knife with me, so opening the can ain't that big of a deal to me. But to other people, well, I don't have a can opener. Do you have a pocket knife? Yeah, you got a can opener, but I don't know how to use it. Then you will figure it out if you want to get that damn can open. Let me tell you, right? So, but these trials and tribulations in our personal life, in what some would say in the 3D reality of the Matrix, right? These are things you go, well, oh my God, I just didn't know that I was going to make it. Well, this happened and that happened. Now, to some people, the smallest thing to me, I'd go, that was a big deal to you. Now, before I was a little rude about that. What do you mean you call that? That's no tribulation. What about it? I don't do that anymore. And forgive me to the universe that I did it ever, but um, at the same time, I do have to put certain things in context for people where they say, and I've had these discussions with folk, listen, look at what you're telling me is such a big deal in your life right now. When there's all these other things that are really big deals in your life, but you're stuck on this particular thing. Now, why can't you get over that? You know, and why are you so upset over that when you got all this other trials and tribulations that I'd be worried about? You're focused on this particular thing. Well, in my conversations with people and learning and to understand the spirituality, not just of myself, but of human beings and how people perceive these things, right? And so how somebody else perceives it and how I perceive it, that's the discussion. So it's like what would seem to me to be a trivial thing to someone, male or female. I was had a female in mind that, oh, this thing is, oh, woe is me. And I was like, you know, you've already been through more than that. You and I both have had certain experiences that were like, really, well, I always knew we could get through it. Then why don't you think you can get through this one? How come you feel that whatever this is in your life, and it has become a trial and or a tribulation, depending your perception of that, to this person, where I look at it and go, you should have been on the river with me for 3 days with nothing, or you should have, been in that snowstorm. You should have been the time when I, remember. And then I would bring up the subject and I would say, but remember the time that we went camping and such happened and blah, and we made it through. Yeah, well, I was younger then, and yeah, but we made it. So you've been through trials and tribulations and you fluffed them off in your youth, but now the same thing happens to you 20 years later and you go, oh my God, I can't. Now, wait a minute. Aren't you supposed to learn from them and to gain confidence and strength? Well, getting older is scary as shit. So you say to yourself, well, wait a minute. And I just went through this these last couple of days. To where I just, I got firewood cut, but and it really was nasty raining. And it really was 25-mile-an-hour winds, and it was colder here in South Georgia today. I talked to Robert V on the phone. He called me. We're going to be doing a special tomorrow night on Milky Way Soul Tribe. We're going to do some more Native American stories. He and I liked that, and it was like, we hope you all do too. And then I told him, I said, no offense to our listeners, but if it gives us joy, let's do it anyway. Let's everybody raise their hand. Well, if nobody raises their hand, does that mean we're not going to do it anymore? No, because I had fun. Did you? Yeah, we were talking back and forth on the phone. So I was like, I don't mean this to be rude to anybody, but if you and I enjoy it, let's just do it. And if nobody wants to listen into the stories, well, but if we were to stop and think, well, I don't know, and some of the stories, maybe nobody want. Now, come on. So, but he called me, and I was like, I'm ready. So tomorrow evening, if you're all or nothing to do or bored or whatever, like I was tonight, sort of, Robert and I'll be doing some more stories from this wonderful book that he bought me, Native American Legends. It's a beautiful binding. It really is. It's got a really neat little thingy like a Bible does, so you can mark your stories. And thank you, Robert. Thank you for sending me that gift. But from it, and I think it's on PDF, so some of you can, follow along with the story. But anyway, we thought it best with all the trials and tribulations going on in different people's lives and politics and all that stuff. And I really don't want to talk about any of that. I really don't. It's like there's still some weird stuff going on. And there's still some, hints of things and this and that. So, what can we do? Because whatever is going on in the political scene and all of the above in that area, it is a trial and a tribulation for every single one of us. So how each and every one of us reacts to it or overreacts to it, or maybe just is numb and don't know how to react, which I can understand that too. One of the things that I realized that I made my decisions early on about buying this place. And so there are a lot of folks who are in this transitional, they don't really have a place, or they don't like the place where they're currently living or their area or whatever. And I get it. There are things I don't like about this area here every year when they spray the cotton fields with with defoliant, and when they use these other chemicals and they spray them out of airplanes. No, I don't like that. And all the the chickens and the feces in the area that ends up in the Ochlockonee River. It's a big septic tank, for all the chicken processing that goes on in this area. A lot of stuff I don't like about what's going on, but I consider other places. I've been to other places and go, no matter where I go, there's going to be something. There's going to be a trial that's going to try my patience. I'm going to be closer to a nuclear power plant, or I'm going to be, whatever it is. So I am where I am, and I thank Creator and spirits that I, chose to stick it out here, but not without trials and tribulations. So, people who, in watching some of the things, there are people whose faith is really wavering right now. The trials and tribulations are just so much, along with whatever personal finances, children, housing, food. everything. And they're freaking. And then there are the people out there that are saying, well, but there's food shortages. And there are people that are going into some of the grocery stores and stuff, and there's certain items just not on the shelf anymore. I went into two stores today, and their one store was completely out of stock of anything devoid of this particular item. And then I go in another store just down the block, check for the same item, and they're not fully stocked, but they've got something to buy. For example, dog food. Duggar gets a can of food mixed in with some dry food every day. And I try to, swap it out and this and that. And I give him other stuff too. I mean, if I cook I love these sausage dogs that I found, right? This smoked sausage. I know I'm not supposed to be eating them, but Lord have mercy, I went without them for a long time. And I figure in my, old age, why not have grill a sausage, and have me a sausage sandwich like me and Pops used to do. Besides, they taste good, Oh, there might be human being in it. Okay, I'll take my chances. There could be a lot of stuff and a lot of things, but well, that human being surely tasted well and well seasoned in that sausage, I might add. But I can't think about that. Oh, well, I'm not going to eat sausage anymore. I'm not going to eat a hot dog. I'm not. Okay, all right. And to the point, depending on the types of hot dog or meat or whatever you're getting, if you eat meat. But people who seem to think that they're getting these fresh vegetables. Do you know where they actually came from? How long they had to stay on a truck? Where did the truck come from? Who worked in the fields? How many people handled that quote fresh fruit? Or that where do you get tomatoes? That are perfectly ripe in the middle of in January? Think about it. Oh well, it came from out of the country. It came from somewhere else. Oh, but do you know what those people did to those tomatoes, by the way? Oh, do you know they pick them green with just a little pink on them because they will over ripen by the time they get them to you? They've been in cold storage. They've been in a freezer. They've been in, and then they put a pectin type thing like apples have. And to get them to bloom and freshen up, and then they bring them to the store for you. So you're getting a fresh tomato in January. Bullshit. It ain't fresh because it's been a week to get to that store. Do you hear me? So what is better, so trials, tribulations. People put all their stock into one thing because they're so freaking worried about something else. When the something else might not be as bad as what they're clinging, well, I'm going to have this tomato. I have grown tomatoes. We've worked in the fields around here, picked tomatoes, put them in crates, taken them to market. I have done it. Okay, several years in a row, years back. If you're getting one of them fresh tomatoes, it's been in a cooler. It's been through all these other things. Trust me on that. Oh, but it's organic. Are you sure? Well, it says so on the package. Okay. So do we know about our food? No, but here's the thing. I'm not going to worry about it. The last thing, oh, well, I know that I'm not going to get a tomato out of the store in January because I know it ain't a fresh tomato. It's been stored somewhere. But here's what my alternative has been. So I found a store brand. It's Clover Farm. It's the Dollar Generals. And they do diced tomatoes and petite diced tomatoes in a can, 75 cents, right? Now, for what I want to use a tomato for, the diced ones, if I drain a little bit of the water out, use it in a stew or something that I'm cooking, and take or strain the tomatoes with a fork, I can put them on a sandwich and have, quote, fresh tomatoes. I can eat them out of the can. It's like, wow, these things ain't bad. But if I was to buy a fresh tomato and bring it home and try to have tomato, it's something within a couple of days because of how it's been stored. that tomato ain't gonna be worth crap. Okay. And so I'd get fresh tomato and chop it up and put it on my quesadillas or in my, taco. Okay. Well, if I drain the water off of these, petite tomatoes, I can't really tell the difference, except my brain knows they came out of a can versus a fresh one. But taste wise, in that taco, it tastes great. So the point to this is trials, tribulations. Well, I can't get this and I can't do that. There's always a way around it if you're willing to look, right? Well, fresh tomatoes in January. No, but I've got canned tomatoes. Well, I can't get this. I can't get it. Well, I can use that over there. So in our trials and tribulations, as we progress in life, when we find these things, because these physical things affect our spirituality. Am I getting upset? Well, I can't get any tomatoes. Well, the lettuce. Okay. And I've seen some people really get their panties in a wad. And I mean, really in a wad over some of these simple things. It's like, so learn to adapt. There is a trial to you. And it's to you, it's a tribulation because God must hate me because these bad things are happening to me. There's all these negative entities attached to me. Really? Or is it just your brain? Because you're overthinking the simple. All of this is related. Now, what has all this tomatoes and stuff got to do with spirituality? Because these are simple things that people get their panties in a bunch over, right? They get their knickers in a knot. Euphemism. Michelle, you're out there snickering. I hear you, which is okay. So it's learning how to adapt. It's learning how to see, well, wait a minute, there's this over. Yeah, but it's in a can. Maybe. Okay. Spiritually. So how many lessons have you learned spiritually? Well, I don't know. Do you read the Bible? Well, once in a while. Do you ever go to church? Well, I went to this one church. Okay. I'm not saying you should, but there are people who talk about religion and talk about all this stuff. When you actually get right down to it, they've been to a couple of services at a couple of different churches. They didn't live within like the Catholic Church and go through the whole spiel and get inside the religion. And, so you say to yourself, well, okie doke. Well, but my spiritual experience. So hang on. Now, we do have to compare. And I hate it. I do. But somebody who stubbed their toe and had to, wear an open-toed shoe or boot or something for a couple of days is not the same as somebody that's had their leg amputated. Okay. Oh, I can't get around. I stubbed my toe. Yeah, okay. I get it. It hurts. Stubbed toes can really hurt. And you were immobilized and you couldn't walk the way you wanted to. And but your trial and tribulation ain't squat to somebody that's lost a foot. Or my friend Kenneth, who broke, had his foot broken at that accident when he left here that couple of months ago. And he's getting recompense for it. And he seems pretty satisfied. And he was glad that I told him, and other people too, that go get you an attorney. It's not you chasing an ambulance, but it's making damn sure you get what's owed to you. She pulled out in front of you, not your fault. And pain and suffering or whatever, but you need to be compensated for what you lost. And so the idea, though, that he had no intention of getting his foot broken. So he'd never really been out with an injury like that. And, I lived for a whole year with my left leg in a cast and, walking on crutches and, I learned how to adapt. I could drive a stick shift with a stiff leg using my crutches and ingenuity. And I was really good at it too. But then my mom found out that I was driving our 64 Rambler with a crutch on the gas. Anyway, now they equip cars like that for people. But anyway, um, boy, I was a crazy kid. But to the point though, for some reason, I've always been able, not always, there had been times where I just literally want to give in. But I'm still here, so there must be this fight within me, and I think it's in all of us. To some people, it's stronger though. The will to, whatever the situation is, I'm going to figure out how to go around it. Or sometimes we just have to stand still and not get involved, possibly. There's a lot of different things, but the spirituality of things is now being put. There's a lot of pressure being put on spiritual people right now. And I don't mean like the preachers and so forth, but I can hear in the universe myself where I've already learned these lessons. I've lived through some of these things that has given me spiritual knowledge. So if you've never been down to the river and swimming in it when the water's high, then you don't understand. And it doesn't mean that you can't or that you should go dive in a flooded river. But to the point though, having never had an experience like that, you don't understand what it means to a drowning victim that was caught up in a flash flood. You just don't. It's terrifying. When I saw the water coming back up the river, in my camping spot being overrun with water, it didn't take 3 hours. I'm telling you, it was like fast. Well, it took us 20 minutes just to get back up the river to the truck, but where we put in and everything was flooded. One man's truck was, half underwater because where he'd parked was 20 feet away from the edge of the river. Was now the river had come up so high that, he had to, there was water in his truck to get out and, to start it. Anyway, because he was down the river fishing too, right? So by the time he got back to his vehicle, it was damn near underwater. So we don't think about these things. But in the river of life, there are floods that come at us. Sometimes we get our feet wet. Sometimes it's up to our ankles. Sometimes it gets this deep and we're going, holy shit, now what do I do? We're literally flooded with too much information, too much, oh, we're all going to die, too much, we're going to run out of food. Okay, so people are trying to do this and that and the other thing. Has anybody purchased a book about wherever they live about natural edibles? Now, I have thought about it. I was watching this program yesterday, and somewhere in the South Polynesian Islands somewhere, these guys go down into the swamp and they catch a couple of these little fish, and you know what else they catch? Frogs. Bullfrogs, other kind of frogs. And they put them on this bamboo thing and take a little bit of berries and stuff and a couple of, they know which, leaves to pick, right? And put it on the frogs and turn them upside down along with some fish. And then it was ready, they take they cooked it on a piece of rock over a fire and just let it sit there. They'd flip it over and, but when it came time, man, they're tearing them frogs up and that fish, like that was the best thing they'd ever had to eat. Now, but the thing is, they know how to forage. They know where to get their protein from. They know where to go down in the swamp over here. They know where to go over there. And would you eat an eel? Would you eat a frog? What would you eat if you were really hungry? Now, people in other third world countries, They'll, if it's the right frog or a bug or something, they'll throw it in there because it adds a flavor and protein. And you're eating bugs? Yeah, well, don't tell anybody, you know? Well, what do you mean? And back in the day, I was asking about mealyworms and stuff in flour and how to keep them out. And my granny said, why do you think they had flour sifters? And, you sift the flour. But why do you sift the flour? It was to get the weevils out of the flour. It wasn't so much to get the flour all nice and sifty. It was to get the bugs out. What? Yeah, it was to get the weevils out. And she goes, but if you didn't have a sifter, you picked one or two out, but you just mashed them up in there because if that little mealy worm or whatever it was ate the flour, he must taste like flour. He is flour, but he's a bug. So we ate him anyway. Now, people nowadays would throw it out. I did. Now, I thought to myself, now, of course, that bag of flowers was a couple of years old and it needed to get thrown out. But if it was to the point where I was hungry, I'd have figured out something, some way to make a pancake, to make a something out of that, that flour. So spiritually, people are trying to learn how to be more spiritual, but then other folks are I don't want to say pointing the finger at them, but it's like, well, you don't understand what I mean. Well, you don't understand it the way I do. That's probably true. And it should be true because my point of view on the matter and your point of view on the matter, we can be sitting side by side on the same river and have a different spiritual enlightenment. We can both be enlightened. We can both have this feeling, but it's going to be personal to you as it will be personal to me. And then there will be the shared between us, but your how you perceive it, how I perceive it's still personal, right? Even though it's shared. So the spiritual realm of things is dependent, get this now, the spiritual realm of things currently as we are on this planet, okay, is dependent on the 3D things that are happening to us. Well, Biden signed us something to something. Well, they want to impeach my governor here in Georgia. There's one really strong lady here in Georgia. She's well, I think there's a senator too, but there's a congresswoman. And like, these two women are brave now. Let me tell you. And standing up and going, no, we're going to impeach Biden, because of his previous crimes and etc. Go for it, So this idea, though, that everything is amiss and everything we're all going down the shitter, and there's no, oh my God, what's the next 4 years going to be like? Well, what's the next 4 minutes going to be like for you? I'm just saying, because within a few minutes, the river came up and flowed backwards. So right now, to many of us, our river is flowing backwards because we don't have a clue. How we thought and how we perceived and how we sort of projected how we would like to go in the future somehow seems stymied. Now, our spiritualism is directly tied to what's happening to us now physically. And you go, well, David, come on now. Hawkeye, what the hell are you talking about? Listen, it was rainy and shitty the other day. I felt like crap, okay? There was none of this jump for joy. I'm going to go out and cut firewood, and me and the dog are going for a walk. Duggar looked outside and said, F you, and went back to the couch. And I was like, I agree with you, and closed the door and joined him. So to say that things in our everyday life don't affect us spiritually is a bunch of hooey, period, okay? It's how we react to what's happening to us in this, in our life, okay? So you had a crappy day, you bring it home, and spiritually you feel down. There are people who are, that want to do the right thing. They want to find a place to, maybe settle down. And like, what a time to be trying to pick a place. And good luck with that. Not to say that you shouldn't, can't, or whatever, but um, don't overthink the simple, okay, to anybody out there. Because sometimes you can look at something so hard, you go, well, this is what I want. When actually it really may not be, because you're looking at it and overthinking, well, this is really what I want. And I'm going to move the mountain. I've always wanted to move to the mountains. I've been to the mountains so many times, still don't live there. And I'm glad I didn't because of all, the property values and the ritzy, snotty people that live in the mountains, their shit don't stink over us little old poor, okay, I'm a white guy. No, I'm not. I'm a Native American. But the idea, though, that what's going on physically for us is really taking its toll spiritually on some people. They're finding out um, the fragility of their faith. I was going to do I might still do it, but they were telling me that people's faith right now is very fragile. And I thought about how fragile my own faith was the other day when I was like, oh my God, it's raining, it's cold, woe is me, blah, blah, blah. I was like, man, ye of little faith, get your ass up. And I did a little bit, but not really, because it was really rainy and really cold and just, the wood was wet. And so me and Duggar just kind of hibernated. But I'm 68 and a half years old. I can hibernate when I damn want to, and there was nothing pressing that I needed to do. So with that said, but today, the sun was out, lots of wind, cold as crap. you know, I talked to Robert V. It was 53 here in South Georgia, and he's in North Dakota, and it's 55. I'm like, it was warmer in South Dakota. I mean, North Dakota today than it was here in South Georgia. If you don't think there's weirdness going on this planet. So, and a side note to that sort of earth wobble stuff, it was cloudy for several days, but a couple of days ago, around just before the full moon, I was looking at Orion, and Orion's really easy to spot in the sky, right? So it was sitting over here over the bus and in between and I was like, oh my God, I think I might even have said something. I said, Orion's set really low in the southwest, when it's supposed to set in the west, but it was in the southwest. So overcast, rain, couldn't see. Tonight I'm looking and Orion's like damn near overhead. And where it's setting is a whole hand and a half, which is several, 15 degrees difference in like 4 or 5 days. Now, the stars ain't moving 15, 20 degrees in 4 or 5 days, but the earth is damn sure wobbling that much. And I have sort of mentioned it in the past, haven't really done an earth wobble, but I'd like to be able to, see it for several days in a row. And I'll get one day, ooh, it's clear. And then the next day we're cloudy for several. So it's hard to, make good observations. But to the point, 10 days or less ago, Orion was down in the southwest. Tonight it's setting where it's supposed to, which is 15 to 20 degrees farther overhead than anyway. So what does that have to do with things? Because these are the things that people aren't observing. And, for those of you who were with me a couple of years ago, this shit was freaking me out. But now other people that are like, there's a suspicious observers or and a couple of these other channels that watch the sun and the planets and all this. And I was trying to tell him, 4 or 5 years ago that the earth was in a wobble. I even did some videos about that the sun wasn't coming up at the same time every day. I was logging every day that the sun was coming in my windows, and it would be sometimes as an hour and a half late to the sundial. as to the clock. That's one of the reasons why I didn't change. I don't, you know, spring forward or fall back. I just leave my damn clocks alone and adjust my time accordingly. But it was so that I could, at 10 o'clock every day, I wanted to look at my clock and look at the windows and see where the sun was. And from one day to the next, there'd be an hour and a half, 2 hours difference at 10 o'clock. The sun would be 30 minutes, 40 minutes later. Or at 10 o'clock, it's already 11 o'clock on the sundial. Like, what? It was strange. And I kind of sort of gave up on that because it was driving me mad. All right. But here's the thing that I learned about it, though. We are getting this fluctuation in time. One of the channels today was like, oh, the Earth's rotation has changed, and the Earth is, and I was like, how many of you know how long I've been talking about Earth wobble? Go back through my videos about how I've been talking about there's, the Earth speeds up sometimes and sometimes it slows down and it's wobbling. Oh, but now all of a sudden science is catching up, and some of these other channels are going, ooh, the Earth is changing its rotation. And they're supposed to be the smart ones. Now, I could gloat about that, but that's not my point. My point is in our observations. 4 or 5 years ago, when I was talking about it, I was really upset about it. Now it's like, what the hell can I do about it? Nothing except observe it. Am I afraid of the river coming, flowing upstream again? If I'm in that situation. But here's the thing: it's already happened to me. So now, if something like that were to happen, I know how to deal with it. Now, the trials and tribulations, and people are, we're all going to die. We're all going to die. We're all going to die. And I just want to go, oh, shut up. You've had this now, Revelations, all these things. Oh, what? But the temple hasn't been built yet. I ask you, do we have to go through it? If some of the prophecies aren't true in the Bible, if for some reason the temple doesn't get built, but everything else freaking happens, does that mean, well, that can't, those prophets weren't right, or, this can't be it, or to the point, though, people are focused on those things that affect them spiritually. I'm coming back around with this. That things that affect them spiritually are the things that take them off over here, take them over here. And I was talking to a friend of mine earlier, and I said, some of these channels and some of these folks, and you probably, if I go wink, wink, nod, nod, you probably know who I'm talking about. As far as being spiritual, there's really good information. But here's the thing. Instead of staying, they may be on the spiritual path, okay? But some of these folks will take you to one side of the road and then back over here to the other side of the road and back over here to the other side of the road. And if you stop and think and become aware of where you are spiritually, you go, well, it's really nice to listen about, Confucius, or the Bhagavad Gita, or these stories of the Sumerians, or the it's really good read. It's really good knowledge, and it may help you to understand your own spiritual connection. But there are people who haven't figured out what, so they're still looking, right? But by certain people will drag them to side to side to side to side, from one ditch to another. But if they will absolutely stop and look at themselves on the path that they're on, have they actually progressed down that path or up the path, or have they just been going back and forth on the path? Or did they go back, miss something, and sometimes they circle around? But some folks are like, so after listening to this person for 2 or 3 years, Where do you think you are? Well, this person says this thing, blah, blah, blah. And this person over here, and that's not what I asked you. I'm asking you, after listening to this person, do you feel like you have progressed with your own spiritualness? He talks about Buddha, and he talks about this one, and he talks about that one, talks about Satanism and Lucifer and blah, blah, demons and everybody being attached with stuff. Okay, fine. But have you, after listening to this person, you still listen, still tune in, nothing wrong with that. I mean, like for myself, I still listen to Pastor Paul Bagley, and sometimes he gets off on the prophecy thing, but it's like, all right, that's sort of why trials and tribulations are in the title of this thing. Because everything is a tribulation, everything is a trial, everything is God made. The demons are after us, and the devil's after us, and we all have these attachments. Listen, I was convinced, and to be honest, there could have been some truth to that. But I realized in my spiritual awareness deal, I was clumsy, man. I would get cut, nick, drop stuff. I mean, some was like, you're really klutzy, Dave. You're really, yeah. And I would stand there and go, I'd put something down, and as soon as I put it down, they go, somebody's going to knock that over, and I'd be working on a set, for a play. And I'd go, nah, it's okay. No, and somebody would come off of the street and come in, and the next thing I know, whatever it was, a can of paint or something, I'm doing some touch up or whatever, and they'd knock it over. And I'd go, what? So, but then I realized it wasn't so much, my spirit was telling me, don't put it there. But I did anyway. That's okay. When actually I should have put it a little over here to the right. So I learned through my own spiritualness and the 3D reality, because I was being pissed off all the time because of being klutzy. And I realized it was me. Okay. Because spirit was telling me, don't put it there, that'll be okay. So I was ignoring my own personal sense of responsibility. Didn't I just tell you don't put it there? Ah, screw you. To myself. Oh, so I must have this negative entity attached to me. It was me. I wasn't listening to what my own brain and my own spirit, my spirit guide, the whole 9 yards. Well, but I'm trying to be spiritual. I'm meditating, but you ain't paying attention to what's happening in your own 3D world. This to me, in your own 3D world. So I've had, knock on wood, I've had a lot less stupid things happen to me. The last really stupid thing that happened to me, well, actually it was this afternoon, but I was cutting up wood for the fire, and a twig bounced off and snapped my knuckle right there. It still hurts. But anyway, the knuckles had a lot of damage. But the last really thing that, that was sort of stupid was me moving that concrete bag that was broken, and it busted and like it broke my ankle and everything. So that was the last sort of stupid, really stupid thing that I didn't listen to myself, right? An accident that I could have avoided, and I should have known better. I did it anyway. So, but if we listen to that little voice inside of us, it's not the one that goes, hey, throw the tomato. It's like, it's the one that says, hey, save the tomato, or don't throw the tomato, or whatever. I was thinking of people on stage and boo and throwing tomatoes anyway. Something about tomatoes tonight, right? I don't know. I'm on this tomato kick. Maybe I should plant some this year. But I really want my porch done. But anyway, so making excuses in our personal lives for whatever we have to do. I'm going to have to go out and split a couple more logs to feed the fire tonight. I got the wood cut, but I didn't split it because it's been rainy and nasty and crappy. So I could have did this the other day, but it was like 36 degrees in the middle of the afternoon, and I just wasn't up for it. And but I used up a lot of firewood last night, and so I was down to zilch as far as split. So could have split a little more, could have done, so I was complaining earlier, man, you should have stopped switch. Yeah, yeah, rah, 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 rah. And the bottom line is I can go out there. It only takes me a few minutes. The wood's already cut the length. All I got to do is swing the thingy, you know. And so, 10 minutes outside, dog gets to go pee and chase the neighbors. I can't believe I left him in the house and I called him for 10 minutes. Anyway, but so sometimes we create our own trials and tribulations, sometimes blindly, and we want to blame it on our, somebody else, or, there's this negative energy that's following me around. Okay. Did you ever just turn around and say to that thing that might be following you around, get the out of here, leave me alone. I don't care. You can't bother me. Well, but so people, I used to do this, so I can talk about it. Oh, I've got this unlucky, entity hanging me around because I'm always doing these stupid things. When I realized it was me not paying attention to myself, nobody was creating it. But because myself was forewarning me, don't put that glass there. Yeah, but there was so many times I'd put the glass down and, working in the theater, they had something to drink. Yeah, we had a table out there with script on it and notes and stuff, everybody put their glass on the table. And I'd put my glass down like I always do, and something to say, it's going to get knocked over. Yeah, but I always put my cup there. And something would say, then I started listening to myself and go, I'm going to take that. Now, somebody else's cup was right beside mine. The table got bumped. Their drink got knocked over, but I put mine on stage, on stage left, and it didn't get knocked over. And I'd go, now, see what happens when you pay attention to yourself? Whatever those little precognition, little warnings, don't put it there for whatever reason. I mean, it was happening a lot to me. So then I realized, oh, wait a minute. There wasn't something following me around. I wasn't lit. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't paying attention to my own damn spiritual sense or my own whatever. I'll put it over here. Okay. Well, it's usually okay there, but for some reason, you just felt like not today. And to be told, somebody bumped the table that wasn't supposed to be there. They come in to bring a costume in. Oh my God, the weird stuff that would happen. So I started out cussing it and then went to the neutral position and going, wait a minute, now I'm observing this behavior and I'm getting, warnings ahead of time, but I don't follow up on it. So then I started laughing. So I went from hate, cleaning up a lot of shit because it wasn't paying attention, to neutral, observing both sides. And actually only observing one side because there was no upside to it. But as I started seeing, like, I moved my glass, nobody else did. Theirs got dumped over, mine didn't. And you go, oh, so there's the confidence to say it's not an evil entity because my glass didn't get knocked over. So I was seeing something that may have happened in the future. So it changed me from being this unlucky scumbag to, wait a minute, I'm actually getting messages ahead of time. Not a clue what's going to happen, but the table got bumped, drinks got knocked over, scripts got wet, blah, blah, blah. Costumes got, damn near ruined because people would, but to the point though, I went from hate, it's something, to, wait a minute, to now I can laugh about it. Go, man, I saw that coming. And, I told y'all, move your drinks off the table, and they'd go, Mr. Dave, you warned me about that. And, a year or two earlier, I say to myself, I was screaming and hollering that I was mad. There's some negative energy, and I was mad at myself for not paying attention. That's the bottom line. So in our realities of spiritualness, I learned how to be more spiritual by observing what was going on in my 3D reality. You got, people coming in and out of a theater, working on a set and so forth, blah, 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 this stuff happens. And so, there was no way to like control the situation. There were just sometimes it was just chaos. And in that, I learned, and I've talked about, the harmony and the chaos, that I just had to stand back and just watch the chaos develop. And then I would go over here to this little group who was talking about costumes, and I go, can I talk to you for a second? But you can say, listen, about that costume, if you make sure that something, and do you have another choice other than just that one? Well, that's what we were discussing, blah, blah. Okay, I want you to think about, and what seemed like there was going to be a chaotic moment between people, I would just go over and just kind of mingle in a little bit so the chaos didn't accelerate. Then you go over to this group and you say, well, I really think we should have, and I go, oh, you know what? Both of you have a really good point about this. And after a while, what the chaos that started to come up with all these different people talking about their different parts of the set or costuming or the chaos then settled down to discussion. So, having the opportunity to be able to, and before it was just chaos and I was pissed because I couldn't control it. And then as I learned about this, I was like, I can calm this down. I don't have to stop it. I'm just going to calm it down. Then come over here, calm this one down. So we do that within ourselves. So I put the coffee cup down. It got knocked over. Spirit told me, don't fucking put it there. When I started going with the flow and going, I'm going to put it there. And then I'd go, you know what? Maybe not. I'm going to put it over there. Sure enough, something would happen. And I was so glad that now my coffee wasn't spilled or whatever. It was more so what was on the table and the carpet. But it was the idea that instead of being that unlucky jinx person, I wasn't that person anymore. And was there an entity following me around? I may have inadvertently, not necessarily created them, but it could have been an entity. But were they messing with me? Well, if I listened to myself, my coffee stayed intact. And then I started, warning folks, hey, listen, move y'all's drinks. Well, we all, but not right now. And then something weird would happen. Somebody would fall off the stage or something, or bump. And people go, wow, Mr. Dave, you really caught us on that one. We almost had an accident. I mean, whatever that precognition is, seeing, 20 minutes into the future or something, or 30 minutes. Sometimes it was like 2. But so then I started having faith in that and learning how not necessarily to control it, but to control myself within the situation. So it's like, there's water in the boat and we're gonna sink. Is there a hole in the boat? No, but there's water in the bottom. Okay. Are you in the river floundering around? No, you still in the canoe? Yeah. Then you're not going to die yet because you're just sitting in some water that got in. That's all. But there's water in the boat. Okay. Then bail it out. But we're going to sink. No, we're not. We're not going to sink. Is there a hole in the boat? No. Then you're going to be okay. But it's raining and it's filling up and you're going to be okay. All right. Now, for me, I can say that, but having been in some situations where I was having that conversation with myself, we're going to die before we get back to the car. The boat's going to fill up with water so fast, and we're going up upstream. And, the water's low upstream. So those incidents in life, how do we wish to choose to see them? There's chaos out there. Absolutely. There are cosmic rays that are coming in and bombarding us. They have been for a long time. Okay. Oh, but the ozone layer. When was the last time anybody talked about the ozone layer? Several. Um, Cliff High talked about it, and there many moons ago, a couple of years back. That we had a really big electromagnetic storm and literally ripped our ozone layer off the planet. You don't hear, oh, the ozone layer. Oh, we got to change the refrigerants, and in all the cars and trucks, we have to change from an R something to something else, and all the air conditioners. And I grew up working on air conditioners and stuff back in the day. Wish I could remember it. But the idea, though, that the refrigerant was killing our atmosphere, all the freon. Remember? Who talks about freon anymore? Who talks about the ozone layer? The odd word about ozone, because it ain't there anymore. So we've lost that protection. We've lost that too. But, we haven't died yet. They told us when the ozone layer, is gone, we're all going to die. We're still here. Interesting, right? It is gone, and things have changed. But here's the point to this. Most of us are adapting one way or the other. The sun's too hot. It blisters us. So we wear a long sleeve shirt. And sometimes the shirts don't work because the rays that are coming from the sun are passing right through our clothes, right through the top of our skin and into the subdural layer. That's why some people have gotten blistered. There are also these pockets that are forming upon the earth, and they're like, it's really cold in a spot, like snow in the Sahara. I mean, there's been some really odd things. So people want to talk about climate change, and Biden signed a thing, we're going back to the peace accords. That's just another way to control us and to tell us which way to go. Listen, solar is great, but the last couple of days when it was cloudy, solar was squat. So this idea that everything should depend upon this or this or this or this. And here's the thing, ding, 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 ding. The idea that we're running out of oil. Now, listen, I talked about this before. They make diesel engines that'll get 90 miles to the gallon. Okay. And they've had this technology for a long time. If they would release the technology, then the idea of petroleum or diesel or something like that becomes a moot point. Okay. Now, Los Angeles and big cities and stuff like that, listen, they need to figure out different ways. I've talked about batteries, lithium, hard to get. There are a lot of these rare metals and so forth to make batteries with because they're so efficient and they recharge. They're coming up with new ways. But here's the deal. It's going to be 5, 10, maybe even 15 years down the line for some of this. So we're all going to quit using gasoline or diesel or whatever. Yes, things could be better, and things have gotten better. Back in my day, if a car got 15 miles to the gallon, you had like but of course, my Volkswagen got 31 because I worked on it and set the timing and everything. But the idea, though, that oil is bad for everything and this is the only way, and for China, so for those of us who have cleaned up our streets, who use catalytic converters and all these things, and our emissions are down, mile per gallons are up, not like they should be. They're still withholding some technology, I'm telling you. But that it's got everybody in an uproar is my point. So how we look at it, should we agree with all this, or I went into a funk for a day or two thinking we're backing up. Here's the thing. Jimmy Carter, and I worked during the Jimmy Carter days in an energy program, the DOE, back when it was simple. And Reagan come in and took the solar panels off the White House and said it was stupid, right? So now, what's government doing? They want to put a solar panel on everybody's house. Now, I was having this little thing, and even Georgia and somebody said, check within your state. And I was like, now, why are they pushing this? Here's an interesting thing. With the amount of sunlight that's coming in, and if things are a little too bright and there's too much radiation, if all these houses had reflectors on them that made electricity, now the solar panels are only 20 to 25% efficient, okay? So you're going to take these things that are only 20% efficient, maybe 25 on a really hot sunny day. But what could be, why do we want to blanket the planet with these things now? When in a year or so, we could have solar panels that are 30% more efficient, instead of only being 20%. 20% efficient? Really? On what they do? But we're going to force everybody to buy these things. We're going to force everybody, give them people incentives and all this other kind. What if it's to reflect the sunlight back off into space? A little weird, I know. But what if it's to not necessarily use the sun's energy because it's only 20% effective on all the solar panels? What would be the reason then to want to seriously push this agenda? Is it energy efficiency? Is it selling back to the thing? Or what if it's to reflect certain things back into the atmosphere and keep them off of the planet, sort of thing? Just saying. What would that shit look like from space? You know what I mean? Okay. It'd be like a one of those balls, the little spinning balls that, magic light. Anyway. So, but here's the thing. Every single thing that I've talked about and other things that I have probably not discussed, every one of these things is are affecting, and guess what? Will affect our spiritual behavior. Because, I talked with a friend of mine, and he goes, man, I was just, the energy and everything, I just felt so funky the other day. And I was like, yeah, a bunch of us were feeling funky that day. We talked about this before about, what about the other day? Did you feel funky? Yeah, did you, right now, for example, with all this solar stuff and everything, the Schumann had a spike for about a day. And now it's just kind of humming along again. But there is what I consider the background noise. There's still these strange, persistent, consistent lines at different frequencies in the background. They go sideways, not up and down. And I think it's these sideways, different frequencies that we are definitely getting hit with, okay? So now that scientists are agreeing with this crazy old hippie that the earth is wobbling and that some days the earth slows down its spin and some days it speeds up. What? Yeah, well, there are observations. They don't want to freak people out. But okay, so if the earth has sped up, for example, and you wake up and the sun's already up and it's only 7 o'clock and you go, what the fuck? That affects you. And if the earth has slowed down, you wake up at 7:15 and the sun ain't up yet, and it's supposed to be, and you go, well, it's a little, you don't really notice it. You go on with your life, but this changes us. I relate things to carnival rides. You slow the merry-go-round down, or you speed it up. Or if you're on the inside of the merry-go-round, it's going really slow. It's easy to get on and off. On the outside, when the ride's going, it takes practice getting it on and off. Uh, Getting off of the merry-go-round, it's not nearly as hard as getting on the merry-go-round as it's going full tilt around from the outside. And there's a way you can just take a step and kind of step in the direction that it's going, grab a hold of the pole, and you're on. But not everybody can do it. And us old timers, I could probably still do it if there was a merry-go-round moving. There's just something that you learn about it. And it becomes spiritual in that you just kind of know in your gut. Where are we headed with this? A lot more people are going to go through some tribulations they never, ever expected to go through. The river of life is going to go upstream for them. It's going to freak them out. And it's been a few oddities that hasn't freaked me out, but has raised an eyebrow. You know what I mean? Like, what? I don't, what? Hey, Mossy Man, Project Skyfalls, David Castle, how are you? Oh, Mossy Man, you're in LA. Lord Jesus, I pray for you out there. I pray for folks out there. Somebody said they wanted to move out west, and I was like, how far? Well, I'd like to move out there to the coast. And I was like, with all the crap that's going on now, I mean, don't get me wrong. I was in Northern California along the coast up there, and I get it. Oh my God, the grandeur and standing on this, I don't know, 200, 300, 400 foot, maybe it was higher, I don't, cliff down to the beach and seeing the Pacific Ocean. I've been to the Atlantic. I've been to the Gulf of Mexico. I've been to the Great Lakes. Sat there on the bench, Lake Michigan. And I got to say, the Pacific Ocean, being out there and seeing it, up in Eureka, up there between Oregon and California, up there on the coast, just amazing. Absolutely amazing. And the redwoods and Big Sur and all that. Oh man, do I get it. But I'd go back to visit, but I would right now, I would not move there just for a bunch of reasons. But anyway, and for one of the things that I saw, for example, in having conversation with folks, everywhere I go, I'm always looking for the flora and fauna of things, the plants, the trees, the vegetables, and the animals that live around them. And if I was out there in the redwood, I'd beautiful, huge trees and everything, but I don't know how I would survive there because I didn't see a lot of critters. I didn't see a lot of, not that there weren't, mind you, but I didn't see anywhere near the wildlife that we have over here on the East Coast. And I mean, from, Texas and Kansas and just go up that way. But the further west you go out there in the deserts and so forth, coffee time. Hi, Bob. Thank you for no glitches up to this point. But if you wanted to survive, what are your chances are going to be if you're going to eat, if you live out in the desert, that you're going to be learn how to eat cactus and like it, and learn how to eat sand and scorpions and rattlesnake, and like it. Why? Because you might have to. The East Coast, there's a lot of different stuff around here. There are different kinds of birds and so forth. But, having literally traveled all around, I've noticed that there are some places that would be very easy to get along with. I mean, down here in the South, as much as I know about the swamps, to have to live on just the swamps would be really freaking hard, okay? Because of the changes and so forth down here. But I could do it. But I'd be possibly eating snails, which, that's escargot. I'd be eating mud bugs, which is crawdads. I might be eating regular bugs if I knew which ones were the good ones. But I'd be eating swamp cabbage. And most people don't even know what swamp cabbage is. But there's a lot of it down here. So I'd have to learn how to cook it. There's not any rattlesnakes anymore. So that one's kind of out. I wouldn't kill a brown snake or a water snake. No, not for food. Maybe if I had to, but I would probably rather try to set out fish traps and different things like that. and live on the river and eat what I could and that kind of thing. But that means I'm going to have mostly fish, right? There's not going to be any cows in this business. Ain't going to be no porterhouse steaks, you know. And as far as gardening and so forth, well, unless the seeds from the plants that I had the previous year, in other words, I grow a squash, one squash goes straight to seed. You know, I can eat the squash, but you know, I'm going to save the seeds before they get cooked. And other types of things. And it's like, you know, some of the lettuce is going to have to be left to go to seed. Otherwise, they're going to have lettuce next year. You know, what about, you know, different types of things. So you say, well, I've got some seeds now, but what if there aren't any seeds? What if that's out? So where do you go for next year? I've got some collard greens that are growing out there that were planted 2 years ago. And why it's still growing, I have no idea. But the fact that it is, if I get seeds off of that, I'm going to plant them. Why? Because that one plant has survived 2 seasons, hot and cold, and still growing. So it's like, I want seeds off that plant. So I've had a pepper plant that I had here in the house that made it two years. I got peppers off that plant. And it's only supposed to, you know, once they come off, you know, yeah, that's it. No, that's not true. So, but other people's perceptions, well, you know, I got a couple of peppers off my plants. That's it, plowed under. Where I nourished it and kept it, brought it in the house, and I got peppers off of it for much longer. So spiritually, I want to put the energy into these types of things. I got a tree over here in my house, literally a palm tree. And I was like, you know, I need to move that thing out of there. How long has that palm tree been there? I don't know, 15 years it's been there. Well, it was back and I moved it over there. Son of a bitch, it's been there 15 years. Crap. Well, what about the other plants as you come in the house? I got some ferns, you know, oh my God, they've been there that long too, haven't they? Oh, holy crap. And you know, I've never fertilized them. I just water them. Oh, they should be dead by now. And they should have this and that, but they're still here. And sometimes I think simply by the grace of God, they're still growing. Or maybe it's the minerals in my water. Where other people, they can't keep a plant alive. You know, there's no chlorine in my water. It's, you know. So what's this got to do with spirituality? What's this got to do with, you know, overthinking the simple? That's my point. Why are those plants still alive? Well, I have, you know, I fertilize them, but I just water them. Well, and the plants I have never changed the dirt so how come these plants are still alive? Well, if I question them, they'd probably freaking die on me, right? Really. So it's like, but send them love. I give them prayers. They will yell at me when I don't water them for a couple of days. And literally they go, water us, will you? So in paying attention to this, they're still here. I got vines all over this way. There's vines when you come in the back door over there that are hanging over your head, you know, and, you know, oh, there's vines here and there's this plant. If I stopped to try to think about why and how, and I would be overthinking the simple. The simple thing is they're still growing because of the water and the love and the whatever, the vibrations in the house. But if I was to overthink it, they'd freaking die on me. You know what I mean? So I just go, I'm going to keep watering them. I'm going to keep loving them. I'm going to, you know, keep saying, thank you, Jesus, you know, that you guys are plants after all these years. And when I get the porch done, I'm going to have to rethink where some of these plants are, is why I'm bringing this up. But, you know, we have become, they like it where they're at. And I'm going to, like, yeah, but I don't want to leave them there. I want to open that up, and that's going to become a part of, and maybe they're just going to have to stay there. You know, maybe I'm not going to be able to move them out of that over there. Maybe, but I want to move the thing. Okay, but we're not saying we're going to throw the plants out, but we're going to have to make some arrangements over there. And Okay. But I was standing there earlier today going, but how am I going to, I don't know. But when I get these other things done, I'll deal with it then. Versus, oh, what am I going to do with these plants when I get the porch done? I can't go there. I'm going to overthink the simple, I'll simply deal with it when it comes time. I got to finish the porch first. So we can worry about some of these things, and it affects our mood, which affects our spirit, which affects our outlook on things. It affects what am I going to do tomorrow? I don't know. How about deal with it? But that's overthinking it, ain't it? Or that's putting things too simply. No, we're going to adapt to it. I'm going to be aware that these different things are affecting me, could affect me, and quite possibly are really messing with me. But I'm going to put it out of my head and go, I had a bad dream last night. And I woke up this morning and said, yo, that bad dream, oh my God, it's going to give me. And I thought, no, it ain't. That was a weird dream. It wasn't bad. Well, yes, it was. It was this. No, it was a weird dream. So right out of the box, bad dream becomes a strange dream. Odd feelings turn into, I'm a little weird today. Let's have some coffee, talk to Bob, and get on with our day. Well, but it's cold and windy outside. So we put our lawn guns on, we put our little hat on, and we put our mucklucks in, and we go out and split some firewood and go out and do something. Oh, well, but it's this, that. I'm talking about myself now. Last couple of days. I wasn't necessarily in a funk. I think I just didn't give a shit. I was like, it's cold outside. It's this. I got a heater. Yeah, me and the dog are snuggled up. Who cares? When in the long run, this conversation about the trials and tribulations of people. Now, it seems like I'm talking about very simple things to other people. And I know other people's lives are so much more complicated. They got to deal with children. And I used to have to do that. So, raised families and, gotten kids off to school, pick them up, have to do the thingy, been there, done that. In my lifetime now, at my age, I don't have those types of things. What chaos is in my life, as I guess you could say that I create, or, well, it was raining and windy and nasty, and the floor started, the kitchen flooded again over by the refrigerator again. Oh, well, good thing I didn't move. Shame on me. Good thing I didn't move the wet or dry vac that I was going to move a week ago. Well, it was in a convenient place, so I could just, you know. So shame on me because I wanted to move the vacuum cleaner, and a couple of days later I had to use it in the same spot. So, but anyway, someone could say that's a little bit of irony, or maybe I was looking into the future. No, it's plumb laziness for not moving the damn wet or dry vac, but it was convenient. It was right there. So anyway, um, the idea though that in our lives, do we make the problem worse? Like I was talking about, I had convinced myself that I was jinxed to the point where I became jinxed. And or we look at our situations and go, this is one of them trials and tribulations, sons of bitches, ain't it? What am I going to do about this? I'm going to draw upon, here we go. I'm going to draw upon the wisdom and the knowledge that I have attained up to now. If it's a situation where you just have no experience, you're going to stop for that split section and you're going to go, I know the answers out there. Allow it to come to me. Oh, what am I going to do? Everything, the boat's going to sink. No, there's a bucket, bail. There's no hole in the bottom. It's just, okay. Well, I don't have anything to bail with. Your hands. Well, I don't have it, then spiritually we hit a bump. What do? Oh my God, I don't know what to do. Well, why don't you just, number one, just calm down. Well, I think I'm being possessed. What do you mean you think you're being possessed? If you think you were being possessed, you wouldn't know it. You'd be like, what you may have, like I did, was memories of things of I had put whatever. So it's like something's behind that door. The door is closed. There's been some odd knocking and like some weird lights that come up underneath the door, some whispers and maybe a muffled scream. And you go, there's something in there. I don't want to look. But that's the demon. Wait a minute. Wait. Let me finish. I don't mean demon as in a for real demon, but in the darkness of the closed door, we perceive it as a demon. Now, it may be one, but that's not the point. It's like, I was watching old Scooby-Doo, right? But in this, Scooby and Thelma got a thing going, right? Which I did find hilarious. And Scooby has to, not Scooby, but anyway, he has to make a choice between Scooby-Doo and Thelma. And she's like, you took a dog over, you chose a dog over me. Hilarious, right? Not the ones that I remember growing up, but I find it very refreshing anyway. So I was watching some of those and giggling and watching how, they have brought from when I was growing up, the Scooby-Doo stuff. They would have never thought about Thelma and Shaggy, right? And it just wouldn't have happened. So somewhere along the line, they grew up and but anyway, so my point to that is I would have expected to see Shaggy and Thelma kissing in the back of the mystery van, and this was not one of those cartoon porn things, right? I was like, wow, this is interesting. So, but in this analogy though, that Shaggy and Scooby, if the door is closed, there's always a monster behind it. So, oh, Scooby, what are we going to do? It's creepy and the lights are out and there's lightning and, so there's always something lurking. So we've become a part to, if the door's shut, it looks strange, we automatically attribute a demon, something bad, something horrible, a ghost, a Scooby-Doo Shaggy kind of incident, right? When actually it's the guy down at the clams shop that's, digging a tunnel to break into the bank or whatever it is, right? So there could be a demon or a ghosty or something that's hiding in that closet. But the point, though, spiritually, we're afraid to open that door. But we know there's something in there. Is it Freddy Krueger? Or is it just a really bad memory of something that we experienced that maybe has been kind of hidden from us, not necessarily depressed, but possibly. And we don't want to open that door. And so this is where I brought up the idea of our faith as being the fragility, the fragileness of some people's faith, in that they thought they got it, they thought they had a handle on it, they think they understand, and more power to you. But then something happens in the chaos and their faith is just rattled and shaken. I continue to pray for each and every one of you, each and every day. And this isn't the end per se, but wow, it's almost 2 hours. How come? And I haven't been paying attention. I've been on the script that they've been wanting me to discuss about this. The simplest things can, for some people, can turn into a tribulation. The simplest of things can be so simple that people will overthink the simplicity of an answer that's given to them. And in having conversations with people over the years, I've explained to some people that, listen, once you recognize this part of your life, and I've talked about it before, and it's the looping, right? And it doesn't matter what it is you're looping about, but I was thinking about my dear friend Serge today, who's passed away, and how when he drank every night, but he would go through the same stories. And 2 hours later, he would go back through the stories. And you've probably met some old alcoholics or somebody at the bar. And every time you go to the bar, it's talking about the same fucking thing over and over again. Wow, I'm using the F word here. The same thing. And so you stop and you think to yourself, well, wait a minute, well, he's just this old cooch. And why is he going through this looping of things? Why is he talking about these same things and with a slightly different tone, slightly different twist? And an hour later, my dear friend who's passed and I still love him would go back through the same loop again with just a slightly different, but it was the same subject. It was the same bitching. It was the same, and I realized that I was doing it. And I've talked to several people about this over the years. And I bring this up to you as well. Again, more as a reminder is that, I caught myself doing this the other day, right? Okay, Biden's the guy. And, okay. So how many times are going to shake my fist and piss and moan when I already knew what many of us already knew what was coming for us, right? So why should be pissing and moaning? We knew this was coming. So why not just say, well, okay, so let's adapt. So why should my spirituality be affected by these other people? That's because somehow my faith has been shaken in myself, my faith in my faith in the government, right? Faith in the government, yeah, right. The only thing is death and taxes, right? So some of them old timers back in the Appalachian days, and I met some of these people, when I was a younger man. So I reflect back on some of them old people, like, man, the only thing I got from the government was shit. Every time I can't make my moonshine, they want to arrest me. That's for shit. That can't, but they told me I can't go singing, gin singing. Well, because I bet, that's how do you think us folk up here in these Tennessee mountains make a living? We make moonshine and we go singing, not singing, but singing, ginsenging. They go up in the mountains and dig for ginseng. And so it's like, but they do it on federal property and it's against the law. Shh. So it's making moonshine. So, you know what I mean? So, but people who live in Appalachia, people who do those things, you try to tell a Cajun down in Louisiana, he can't have a mud bug, What? Oh man, old Boudreaux told me he ain't got no crawdads. Huh? Ooh, man, you can't have no Creole boy if you ain't got no, no crawdads. So from everywhere, from everything, from, certain people who make fried chicken a particular way, uh, and Annie Mae's fried chicken is delicious, but she ain't going to tell you what she puts in it. And it might be that it's just the love she puts into how she fries that chicken too. Seriously. So what about our spirituality? What about the trials and tribulations? If we stub our toe and have to wear a bandage for a day or two, Is it the same as losing a foot or a leg or, a limb? Do we look at the small things as we lost a leg when it's actually we stubbed our toe? Now, I'm not saying that certain things. I mean, I have stubbed my toe today, dropped a log on that knuckle that's had so many things dropped on it. It's perpetually sore. So I try to avoid hitting, kicking, knocking, but every once in a while, bam, I do it again, or something drops on that toe, and it stays black and blue, But that's from just I come to just laugh at it now, where it's like, son of a bitch, I did it again. So how I react to the 3D things, how it reacts to my spirit, where those things that used to upset me, even if it was for a short time, I now giggle and laugh at. It still hurts when I drop stuff off my toe, but my leg ain't broke. I didn't lose a limb. Uh, but there are times I acted like I stubbed my toe, and yes, it hurt really badly, and yes, it swelled up, and yes, I could barely walk, but I didn't lose my foot. you know, it's not the same, but I acted like it was. So, in overthinking the simple, are we over exaggerating the problems that we're having, which absolutely affects our spirit and how we feel? How do we go forward? We look at those things that, them curveballs people want to throw at us from the baseball diamond, that we go, whoops, sidetrack that one. Whoops, I'm going to be like that, that one of them ones in them kung fu movies where somebody's going to throw me a big old ass knife and I'm just going to lean back and it's just going to go right over my head, kind of thing. So I'm going to become a kung fu master in that respect, in the things that suffering the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune. You know, um, alas, poor Yorick. I knew him well. Horatio. But quoting Shakespeare here, I'm in a strange, odd place tonight, ain't it? Or this morning. But I think in all of this, though, uh, for a couple of days, I didn't want to look at the news. I didn't want to check who was doing what. I didn't want to, and not being belligerent, I was just like, no, no, because if I see something that's going to want to trigger me, I don't want to be triggered, you know? And later on, then I felt guilty because it's part of my job as a watchman. But I don't want to. I don't want to do my job today. I don't want to have this conversation. I had this the other day. I was like, I don't think I'm doing any good at all. You know, have these conversations. You do these things. You talk about stuff, and what the good am I? What? No offense to y'all, but this is myself. I was like, I want to change the world. I want to see a positive outcome. I want to, and as much as I think about these, see, I was getting caught up in the chaos. As much as I see these things, as much as like how stupid they are, and as much as, oh, holy crap, I'm doing exactly what I shouldn't be doing. And that's as a watchman, I'm watching, but I'm also letting that shit get to me. Yeah, but I didn't want this guy to win. And yeah, this stuff over here is really stupid. And yeah, we can talk about how stupid it is, but I don't have to be upset about it. I don't have to lose my own faith in the matter, even though it has rattled my cage along with everybody else. So, but here's the thing, I choose not to have rattle my cage. I don't care. Well, maybe I was getting a little spiritually stagnant over here. Maybe somebody had to come up. Now I've been in jail, so when they run the keys or the thing up and down the bars that you see, the tin cup thing. So maybe I needed to have my whatever spirituality woke up somehow. And to the wake up call that it was I fell into my own trap. And being the watchman, I became involved. And so my emotions became, and it was affecting my spirituality because it was starting to piss me off, as it is with a lot of us, right? But that's human. So, but I realized that, wait a minute, as being the watchman, as doing the thing and keeping up with stuff and keeping an eye on these crazy people, um, that I was allowing my emotions it was getting me. This was triggering me. And I felt like I was had it under control. Like I got 5 minutes to bitch complain. And then, so it was 30 minutes later, I was still bitching about it. And I was like, now I'm no good to anyone, especially myself. And with the trials and tribulations that are here, then this one, for me, this must be one of them, because I'm watching this and I should be laughing at the absurdity of it, but knowing that these people are dead serious. So, but has any of that stuff really trickled down to me? Well, not in a while because of my present situation. When I was out working in the world and driving back and forth to work and, working for, a tier one company in the automotive industry and all this other kind of stuff, and deal, with hundreds of $1 million worth of tools and, um, but I'm not in that anymore. But there are a lot of folks who still are. So they have a lot more chaos to deal with than I do at present. Now, the chaos is still in the universe. The chaos is still affecting us. It's sort of like an unseen human resonance. It's the human resonance. So the more people are pissed off, that resonance is in a pissed off mode. So in my dream world, in my going to the great mystery to ask the questions, what's coming up, what's going to go, what's going to happen. The answers have been in the woo-woo land. Let me tell you that a week or so ago, I made mention that I had met this entity in Ohio at the digs. I'm sorry, at the petroglyph. It's not a dig. And that this entity said that I just want you to hear my voice, understand who I am, and that at some future date, I'm going to come back and we're going to have a conversation. And then out of the blue, a week or so ago, I guess maybe 2 weeks now, that this entity thought come in my mind. I was like, well, he kind of warned me, androgynous type person. And now I was listening to some other folks, and there are times I was like, well, they had this thing and they had this dream and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, okay. But in this dream, they had sort of a similar type of event. Then they were describing how they don't really talk to me. They come into my head and I know what they're, and that sometimes I'm afraid because, I'm not used to this kind of thing. And yeah, okay. Listening to an entity come into your head and chat with you is like, what? So, I don't even go over a lot of the stuff things that come to me and things like that. Because, I know y'all think I'm loony, but, wow, that's really pushing it there, Hawkeye. So I will talk around certain things. Anyway, but to the point, though, that there were when I heard this person discuss the dream that she had, this entity come up in my brain. And I was like, now, what was it? She said they didn't talk to her, but she was mad at herself for being afraid. She was this individual was trying, entity, whatever, was trying to give her information, and her fear was keeping, and the entity realized that they were scaring, she was being scared, and they just left, and she never got the end of the answer. And I thought, now I have been in a similar situation like that, probably several times, where I'd gotten to a point where then it was so overwhelming, I didn't want to hear the end of the story. I didn't, as Paul Harvey used to say it, and now the rest of the story. So there are things that we have enough information, and to me, is like I know 3/4 of and sort of like a murder she wrote, and it's sort of like you think that the butler did it, but that freaking nephew that pops in every once in a while, he seems guilty too in the plot. So in this plot of life, did the butler do it, or do we assume because of and so many shows the butler did it, right? So many times that Freddy Krueger's behind that lock, that closed door, the scratching. No, it's the Phantom of the Opera, because you're in the theater, and the ghost lights on. So how do we deal with the future? Stay strong in your faith. What faith is that? Is it religion? It's what you consider to be your connection to the universe. They are telling me right now, and that for a lot of people, that's really going to change. And it is changing. People who thought, that Biden was the right guy, or are, stroking even the women are stroking their whiskers going, holy shit, what now? What did we do? Oh no, there's a little old lady from Pasadena that's stroking her whiskers, and her mustache is as big as mine. But she's still the little old lady from Pasadena. She still knows what she knows. She has learned in her length of years, however many that they are. She's a little old lady, so she must be old, right? She's at least 40. But anyway, so, and she's got a mustache and a goatee, especially on Sundays. And she, carries Jack Daniels in a flask in her purse. So, but she's the little old lady from Pasadena. Beach Boys song. She's the little old lady from Pasadena. Go, Granny, go, Granny, go, Granny, go. Yeah, okay. Reminds me of my beach days, I guess, the Beach Boys and all that. But so how far have we traveled? So there are folks that look back on Annette Funicello and some of those and the beach things, and it's like, but when I was growing up, that was like the cool thing, right? And now it's whatever it is, and now it's the goth, and hey, I was a beatnik. Talk about goth. I was goth before goth was a word. Uh, you know, so in fact, it was listening to beatnik music that I first heard. One pill makes you larger, and the other makes you small. The White Rabbit. Uh, yeah, I bought it at a yard sale, and people were like, them Jefferson Airplane, them people are strange." Yeah, but I was listening to it, before people even knew who Jefferson Airplane was. Then it became Jefferson Starship and all that. But to the point, certain things have come to me, like certain things have come to other people. That's our spiritual journey. And you say, what? Listen, And, you know, at like 17 years old, listen, back in the 60s, to listen to Jefferson Airplane, actually, I was 15 or 16, but, and one pill makes you larger, see the white rabbit, you know. Uh, I was in a world of like, what the fuck are these people talking about? Now, they were taking drugs. Now, at the same time, though, I'm putting model airplanes together in a with the door closed in a closet. So I saw my own pink elephants. I think that had a lot to do with my warped sense of humor and stuff. But all of these physical experiences have all accumulated and are a part of my spiritual experience. Well, you know, saving that man that lost his leg, that was a spiritual experience. And, you know, grateful and this and that. And you know, almost drowning a couple of times. And that's a spiritual experience. Um, you know, when I've been operated on many times, 3 times on my neck, 3 times on my leg. So I've been knocked out, and they take you close to death when they knock you under. And I literally have seen, was flying over the operation while the doctor was operating on me. And I asked him questions about the operation, and he freaked right out. How did you know that? And I was watching the whole thing from, you know, and he thought I was joking. But there were certain things that I said, why did you do this or that? And he was like, how would you know that I did it if you hadn't been watching me? So all of these things add up. Our physical lives, how we react to them becomes who we are spiritually. How we adapt ourselves, how we take these trials and tribulations, how we overthink the simple and turn it into a chaos or not. Are we moving forward on the red road, or are we going from ditch to ditch and not actually moving forward? It's up to us. Somebody else is going to try to tell us, though, it's the rapture. We got to be ready. Armageddon's coming. Listen, we are all going to pass over. How? When? Maybe the question, why? Why so soon or whatever? Why now or under the circumstances? But here's the deal. We're all going to make the crossing. What's important is how we do it and what we take with us, because we're going to leave everything behind us except our consciousness. So, what do we want to bring with us into the next life? We want to take our experiences, even the bad ones. But I'm taking the bad ones and saying, you know, I almost drowned. I almost died of this. But I'm still here. I have learned how to be a survivor. I have learned how to take the shit from the world and turn it into fertilizer and have grown from the experience. Now, am I going to go out and look for something to get into? Not necessarily. But at the same time, I'm not going to be afraid to live simply because something might happen. I'm going to take my precautions. I'm going to wear my life vest. I'm going to put on my bike helmet. I'm going to be aware that at any time, you know, Creator could drop a rock on my head, like he did that limb on my head a couple of years back, like to kill me. So when I go outside at night, I kind of look up to see if there's any limbs falling from the tree. And we had high winds and there's lots of debris in the yard. But anyway, how do you choose to go forward? Understand that everything up to this point is you. It is your spirit. It is your religion. It's what you've learned and how you've overcame it. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here. or you'd be on so much medication you wouldn't be listening to me. or maybe, or maybe it is the medication is the reason you're listening to me. Whatever, hey, smoke if you got them, which is about time to do. God almighty, I've been at this 2 hours and 15 minutes. Holy crap. Okay, I'm going to shut up. Easy. But this is like a week's worth of cogitation. Okay. And I know I've been talking about tomatoes and this, that, and the other thing. But in the reality of, are canned tomatoes, depending on, you find the right brand, are canned tomatoes just, well, I don't have a fresh slice of tomato on my, get over it, right? But to the point, though, it can be really crappy because they don't have a tomato. This is simple, okay? Or you can say, but I got some canned tomatoes and I would really like some on my, whatever, or something. So instead of there only being one answer and one regret, wait a minute, I have options. So therefore, at the end of the day, there is no regret. Well, I wish I had a fresh tomato. That lasted about that far. Wish I had a fresh tomato. Yeah, not till spring, right? So I wished I had it last 3 seconds. The alternative to picking some, draining some, and actually having tomatoes and, pleasing myself with the urge that I want some tomato on my taco. There you go. Look at what you've already done. Take advantage of the fact that you're still here. You must have learned something. What is it? The fact that you're still here, you should be able to say to yourself, well, I'll be damn, Clem. All these damn years, I'm 23 years old and I'm still here. I survived a boat wreck. Remember that time they tried to shoot me out of the cannon across the swamp there to the bayou and I landed on that log and it speared my arm. I thought I was going to die. Well, I survived that. I survived that alligator that tried to chew my leg off. Remember that shark attack when we was down in the bayou? Well, it really wasn't a shark, but we thought it was. Clem knows that he survived these things. And it doesn't make him special, but he understands that he survived these things. And he has the confidence that if that alligator comes back, I know how to bop him in the head. I'll be ready for it this time, Hey, Ralph, look at this, Ralph don't do that. No, Ralph says, don't do it. Clem, you're going to hurt yourself. So Clem said, yeah, but maybe you're right. Let's talk Bob into doing it for Mikey will eat it, right? Hey, Mikey. Hey, Bob, we love you. So, but anyway, Katniss was on. Esty Monport. You were missed. I was missed. Well, how could I be missed? 4 more hours. I got to go to bed, y'all. Love you, Chloe. Thanks for hanging out with us. Sure, I always think about you guys and how you're doing and sending positive vibes. Esty Monport, same here. I don't necessarily like by name. Now, those of you who I remember your names and so forth, the idea though that I just say to all of my subscribers, to all of my friends, so it's like it's in there. Yes, and thank you always, David Castle. There are times, honestly, the other day I was like, what am I going to talk about? I don't know. I'm probably going to repeat myself, probably going to tell some dumbass story again, or probably going to do something else. And what's my, what the hell? What's my 2 cents worth? Right. And a couple of days I, I wasn't depressed about it. I really wasn't. But what I was being, was I was being affected by these other people, or like, well, I'm gonna. I was listening, but well, I'm gonna pray for the world, but it doesn't look like it's really gonna, do any good. Look at the road we're down now. Well, okay, so it's a little bumpy, and it's like the river going backwards. Flowing upstream. Wow, this is weird, but you deal with it. So how are we going to deal with it? I don't know, except that I'm going to have faith in myself with the knowledge that I have accumulated up to this point through all of my senses, 3D, 4D, and elsewhere. And I'm going to have the faith, and I'm going to pray, please, Jesus, don't let me do anything stupid. That's my prayer. Please, God, don't let me do anything stupid. Let me think about it before I. So if your prayer is very simple, and don't overthink it, please keep me from doing something stupid, is a pretty simple prayer. And it would cover a lot of stuff, because the other today I was in the store, and I've got this little change purse. I'll show it to you just because my granny had one, and all the old people I knew back in the day had one, and I've got one little change purse. Right, there's some there's some money in here. I don't know. I counted it out the other day, and I think I probably got $200 stashed in here, because I put a little money in here every month. I go to the dollar store, I get $20 cash. Right, I stick it in here. Right, and so and over time it has built up. So I was paying my bill, and I had it laying on the counter, and walked out of the store and was putting stuff in my truck. Right. And it was right under where you put your card in and everything. And this young man comes out, and he goes, "Sir, did you leave a little red change purse?" And I was like, "I sure did." Now my license is in here, Social Security, nothing else. I had my quote credit card in my pocket, but there's over $100 in here. So, and the lady behind the counter, I was joking with her, and I said, there were so many people. I bought so many groceries and stuff, because I buy for 10 days to 2 weeks at a time, especially my truck's acting up so bad. So, but somebody could have took this, wiped it up, carried away, and I'd have been lost my license, lost the money that was in here, and my Social Security card, all that kind of stuff. All of this would have had to been replaced. So now I went back into all the people, and I said, thank you all for not, and for this young man to come out, and and when I got back outside, there was one of the gentlemen that followed me out that worked in the store, and he goes, and he goes, if you'd been in Thomasville or the bigger, he said that wouldn't, somebody would have snatched that up in a heartbeat. And he goes, but the people here in Coolidge are good folk, ain't they? And I was like, you're right. And the people in Meigs, they're hometown folk, And so people look out for one another. So they didn't know what was in my change purse, but they knew my license, and, anybody. So they could have swiped it, could have took it, but they were honest about it. So in my being honest to the universe, and I've apologized to the people who were behind me that only had a couple of items, because I got literally a buggy full. And I said, ma'am, if you'd have been here like a minute sooner, you could have went in front of me, and you wouldn't have had to wait. She goes, well, that's all right. And I said, but I'm sorry you have to wait on me. And I'm putting stuff on the counter and loading it up. I mean, we're doing this thing as quick as we can. And she, that's okay. But I kept apologizing to people behind her, right? I'm sorry I got all this stuff, but thank you for being patient. And so, but at the same time, though, in establishing that I was sorry they had to wait on my nappy old ass in the grocery store. They also didn't swipe my little purse with, close to $200 in it. Thank you to the universe, So can we make a difference? And so I made my presence known, and I say this because it just happened here a few hours ago. I say this, and I made my presence known to the people in the store and behind me that I was really sorry they had to wait, and my apologies and thank you. So I established a presence, if you will. Now, this is my thinking back on why didn't somebody just take it and I'd have been out of it? Because I was talking with the clerk and the people and the stuff, and they said, "Hey, we know that guy. Go get him. He left his money purse." Versus nothing, or I was rude, or something else. So I take it that, and I had no intention of getting these people on my side. I was genuinely sorry. This lady, 3 items, and I got like a buggy full, and underneath, but I can remember the times when I was standing in line and somebody turned to me and said, "I'm really sorry, but I've got all these groceries, but I'll be," and I was like, "You're all right." But it's the person who takes their time at the counter and looks around and like, "Well, I'm here. It's my turn. And I don't care what y'all people behind me do. Hey, honey, go get me. I forgot beans. They're on aisle 3 about halfway down." Those are the kind of people that you just want to smack sometimes, right? So I didn't want to be like one of those people. So, but my point to this in that the environment that we create this evening could have been very different. I would have lost my license and all this stuff. I'd had to oh crap, go get another driver's license. Get it there, you gotta go. Oh, people were polite. And I attribute it to the fact that I was polite to them before. Now, was that really true? But everybody in the store, when I walked back in it to get my little change purse thing, they were all like, "Hi, yeah, you were talking and yeah. And my response was, I was so worried that there were so many people in line that I just wanted to clear the register. And I left this behind. And they were like, "It's okay, So thank you." But could it have been different? Could I have just been quiet and not said anything to anybody in the store or the people behind me? Or, would they have kept it? Would somebody have absconded with it? I left it on the counter. Anybody could have taken it, but that's not the outcome. My point to this: trial, tribulation, overthinking the simple, It was simply an act of kindness from my part, just because that's who I am. But that kindness came back to me in just a few minutes. I walked out to the truck and they're like, "Mister." So, does it work? Does our positive attitude that we share with people around us? You could have left your purse on the counter and lost whatever too. So, I see the cause and effect immediately. I did not expect it, but to the point when I got home tonight and everything, I was like, see, that's a trial. And the tribulation would have been me losing it. But by not overthinking the simple, someone said, "Mister, you forgot this, blah, blah, blah." Came out on the good side of that. David Castle, favor shined its light upon you because you try to give your knowledge to people. Yep, I do. David says, "Michelle, yes, if you share your experience with others, they give you more experience because they know you and will share them with others. And if not, some of the stories that old timers told me, literally 30, 40 years ago, when I first moved up here to South Georgia, when I was traveling around in the South during the 60s, when I was literally a teenager growing up and listening to the old men. I mean, you really, some of these folks, um, in 65, they were 70 years old. So they were born in 1895, 1890. They were 70 and 80 years old in the 60s. So their parents were slaves, okay? Or their grandparents, especially. But they grew up at the turn of the century, before there was electricity, before there were telephones, and they talk about the South and they talk about this and that. And I grew up listening to those stories. So, me being an old timer, I have listened to these ancients tell me the story, and I'm the second ancient telling the stories that they told me, plus mine. But in the storytelling of the grandchildren I'm thinking of the chief, and when he, the all the grandchildren are sitting around and and asking grandfather, tell us the story of such and such, or tell us how this, or tell us how that. So the stories were told to the grandfather by his grandfather and by his grandfather's grandfather. And the storytelling now seems to get lost in this. But anyway, yes, I do this. No, David, I mean doing my groceries. um, I go every once in a week, and that's what Hawkeye's telling. Yeah, yeah. But anyway, 2 hours and 31 minutes. And Michelle, I haven't had all of my supper. I interrupted it to do this video, and it's like 3:30 in the morning, kind of thing. 3:22. Okay, smoke if you got them. I've been wanting to light this thing for the last 40 minutes. And one of the things, oh, that was a good one. It's Tangy, by the way. Yeah, 222. How about that, right? For you, yeah, it's 322 here. When I was having this little conversation with myself the other day about, man, I don't know if my having these conversations about this weird shit and this and that, is this really, am I wasting am I, the cause. Now, I'm not looking, honest to God, for a pat on the back. I was literally having sort of a come to Jesus meeting with myself going, you do this stuff and you say you're doing it because you're trying to share, and but are you just getting online just to yak at yourself, and uh, is this to make you feel good, Dave? Is this to like bolster your own ego? And the answer to that one was fuck no. Excuse my French, but it was fuck no. I was like, wait a minute. I don't have to share this. Some of the stuff that I share is insanity to most other people. And so, but this is the paradigm I'm living in, right? And what does my living in my paradigm mean to other people who live in the city? Who some people don't have a freaking clue what I'm talking about when I talk about the swamp or this, And hang on, Dave. Wait just a minute. Now, to the Mother Mary side of me, it was that. What was your original agreement with this? Well, Mother, You told me to get on here and have discussions and talk about these topics. Yes, right. And what's that got to do with you? Me? What's it got to do with you, Hawkeye? What? But I, am I doing it? Well, but what was the agreement that I would do it? And comes the divine message. I'm not supposed to worry about what the outcome of it is. In other words, I have to just do it. I have to do it freely. I have to do it honestly. I have, these are very simple paradigms for me. But I can't uh, worry about how much effect, what's the cause, how many people are like raising their hand and going, hallelujah, Hawkeye. Not my point, right? And part of this thing that came through was that I was listening to, as that watchman. Well, there's so many people out there selling spirituality to the point where some of this has become a cult. And I thought about that, and I said, well, I got 500 some odd people I haven't even checked to see how many subscribers I've had lately, because it's not that I don't care, it's that I don't care. I mean, I love you all to death. I do, and thank every single one of you. But I can't worry about if there's going to be another, if somebody else is going to join, if somebody's going to share like a video. I can't do it because that's not in the paradigm. That's not part of the task. The task is to tell it. The task is to be here, have conversation with you folk. The task is for you to be sharing with other people. The whole point of this is that we're sharing, so I had to be reminded the other day. And not that I wasn't going to do another video, but I was thinking, with all this shit that's going on, what fucking good am I going to be in all of this? There are people who already think I'm like trying to start a cult. Now, y'all know different. But, there are some folks that are like, well, Hawkeye's got this following. And I was like, wait a minute. They're subscribers. Yes, but they follow you. Yeah, okay. Because, they follow you on Facebook. They follow you on, you know what I mean? So now y'all have become my followers. And I was thinking about this going, nyet, nyet, nyet. No, no, not no, not a cult. Okay, we're not a religion. No, ain't there, right? But spiritualism, in and of itself, if you want to sort of give it a title, would be a religion, because I religiously pray for you folks every day. Now, the other day, I got to say that my prayers were a little off because I just was not feeling well, bottom line. But I still sent out the prayers to the universe. I was like, regardless of how I feel, I don't feel like going out in the rain and splitting firewood, but I'm still going to send a prayer out to all those folks in the universe. I still love you, cosmic hugs. And now I'm going to take a nap for the next 2 days. It wasn't quite that bad, but sort of, And so, but I woke up on the other side of it going, now, before I went to sleep and had this slightly off day, uh, in that worrying about whether or not, well, I don't worry about it, but it come up into my brain that there are people who think that because of some of the things I've said, that we would be considered a cult. Or because I speak of spiritualism, but not about religion. I put down the Catholic Church. I put down the Baptist. I put down this big Methodist church down in Thomasville, the multi-million dollars that they've spent on the building and forgotten, the poor and the people in the community. Shame on them peoples. All for the sake of a building. And it's just a big brick building. Anyway. So, and shame on me for shaming them, but they want to talk about religion, right? So anyway, but the point of this though, I think you folk, and there are other people that I've met that don't do this YouTube thing, but like today, they showed compassion to this old hippie dude, and made sure that I had my little change purse. Regardless of what was in it, it was mine. So, how we treat other people and our perception. Now, I got my long hair, I'm missing most of my teeth. I got my old hat on, and dog's in the truck, and the front of my truck's been hit by 3 deer and, hasn't been fixed. And, that she's having trouble starting. So, I have become that old strange man that lives in the country that when I first moved up here, I was like, look at the old guy with the dog and the crunched up pickup truck that he can't get started and it's huffing and puffing and smoking a little bit. I have become that person, you know. And it's like, so having realized that I used to see that old man when I was like in my 20s, now after 40 years, I go, how would people see me in the beat up truck and the dog and the long hair and the truck that won't start and go, you know? So instead of not recognizing it, I recognize what I saw 40 years ago, in some ways 20 years ago, and realize that there are people in line who would consider me that old guy in the pickup truck, blah, blah, blah. So in turn, I remember sometimes where those old folk, not just old men, but uh, normally older women wouldn't speak out in those terms, but they would stand at their counter with their little change purse, much like I was doing, and counting the money out. And and it's like, oh, Jesus, lady, would you hurry up? So, and I realized that I've somehow not turned into that. I've become that. I am that, or circumstances, you know what I mean? At my age or whatever. So, but I think about it from my 25-year-old's point of view, not as a 68-and-a-half-year-old point of view, which is interesting. And some lady at I don't know, last time I went there, I was like, she was like, well, you're in your early 60s, right? And I said, give me 2 more years and I'll be 70. I'm a lot closer to 70 than I am to 60. What? I thought so the idea that there are folks who think I'm younger than I actually am, thank you. The other day I felt like I was 90, but how we think of ourselves and how we carry ourselves and how we act in this 3D reality. So 7 years ago, I was walking everywhere with a cane. I use a walking stick when I go in the woods, but I haven't used the cane to go in and out of a store in a while. What happened? I'm older. I should still have the cane, right? I'm a little stooped and I walk a little slower, but I don't have the cane. I'm not using artificial means. I'm on my own with two. And before I was stumble and bump into things, and that's not the case now. So I was sicker 8 years ago than I am now. How's that possible, right? I mean, many other friends of mine are sicker than they were 3 months ago, let alone 8 years. And so I kind of marvel at myself and go, now, how did we get through this? And, I'm literally out playing soccer with the dog. One of these days, I'm going to just turn the camera on and me and Doug are going to play soccer in the yard, watch this crazy dog and me and him play soccer. He's nuts, man. But so As old as I am, I'm out there playing soccer with the dog. I mean, running after him and chasing him and bending over. Probably some of the reasons why my back feels a little slow and sore sometimes. But there are times when I go, I'm out there. I don't think about how old I am. I just go play with the dog. When I go for a walk in the woods, I don't think, well, I'm pushing 70 and I'm going to go for a walk in the woods. No, man, damn, I hate getting old, but let's go for a walk. So, and I think, well, at my age is something that's a reoccurring theme with myself. Well, at my age, if I want to take the fucking day off and just lay on the couch with the dog, I shouldn't have to make excuses, which is one of the things I said to myself the other day. And it was like, well, I just don't feel like it's nasty. I am, the older I get, of course, I'm a little bit more susceptible to colds and things, right? And for the life of me, when it's nasty and cold and I don't have to be out there, why go? I, I have done it in my past. I have that experience under my belt, if you know what I mean. No, I don't want to go out there and freeze to death and to get, catch pneumonia. No, I'm staying in the house and snuggle with the dog and we're going to watch a movie. Screw it. I'm staying home, right? But I was having to make up a reason why I wasn't going out, right? Well, and I felt bad. Like, well, I'm not going to do anything today. And the house needs cleaning and this thing. Screw it. Stop it. I'm putting undue pressure on myself. Later on the next day, I feeling guilty. I was like, but I felt a little better for whatever reason and got cleaned up a few things. Put the drawers back in the thing over here and started, I started to finish a project I started 3 weeks ago, right? Or longer. So I was like, wow, I'm back into the swing. I know what to do. Put this is going there, and I put this up, and I got that ready, and this done, and that done. And so I looked at the day before and went, you didn't do anything yesterday. But look at the nice small things you're actually getting done today. Whether it be guilt or you feel better or whatever it is, I'm not going to think about, Saturday or Sunday, whatever day it was, and go, oh, poo poo, you didn't do anything the other day. Shame on you. You should have done something regardless of your age. See, that's all bullshit. That is all stuff we make up. Those are all tribulations that we put on ourselves. We give ourselves trials all the time. If we set a goal for ourselves, I try to set a goal so I can achieve it. But at the same time, if I'm not working on the goal, the trench was filled with concrete. My truck really isn't running very well. And I am a little scared to go all the way to Moultrie and back because the damn near didn't make it back from the store tonight. So I have to find out what's wrong with my truck and how I'm going to deal with it. And it's not so much a frustration, it's that it's a puzzle. So I don't want to go off half-cocked when like the TV going off the other day. It wasn't a fuse. It wasn't the house to the electricity to the house. It was an in-between. Ooh. So I have to troubleshoot. So we learn from the wisdom and knowledge that we've gained. We troubleshoot the situation. We become the compassionate observer. And I know it's hard to not, get accosted by the chaos in this world. But that's the reason why I'm here. I'm noticing that it's affecting me in these minor little ways, but I'm a shaman in training. I do not have the answers to the universe. I feel I've got some, but there's a lot of stuff but I feel like I got a really good grasp on the basics. So that's where I try to come from. Here are the basics. But to get to these higher levels, if you've not achieved certain, okay, here's a good analogy. Thank y'all. Got a half a moon out there. And the moon I can see through this way high window. In a week, it'll be down in this window. And I'll talk about it then. I'll go, yeah. How many degree of angle is that? Here's a really good analogy they're giving me. Smoke if you got them, by the way. This is a really good bowl. People talk about ascension. Now, I have spoke about this before, but not so much. But in this 2 hours and 49 minutes into this, Michelle, I'm still here. The idea that we're going to ascend, okay? Now, you know my point to that. We are going to make the transition, okay? Well, but in this ascension, let's go along with this for a minute. You're going to ask people to ascend spiritually when they haven't learned how to climb. Okay. Well, there's a ladder. Woo, look, you're going to ascend. Where's it going? Up? Well, how far? Depends. Depends on what? Depends on how far can you climb or your willingness to climb. You say, well, you get up 4 rungs and turn around and look down. You go, I'm coming back. You know, well, wait a minute. If you go a couple more, you can get to the porch up there and get off up there. No, I've had enough. I'm coming back down, or I'm going to stay here, depending. But wait a minute, it ain't your ladder. Come on down, Clem. You know, either go on up or get your ass back down here. You know, don't just stand there. Sort of like on the high dive, somebody get almost to the top and decide, nyet, and they got to climb back down. And there's 3 or 4 kids, everybody's lined up. You know, that's how it was when I was growing up. So, come on, wussy, get down, jump, jump, jump. You know, let them go by. You know, anyway. So, a lot of folks know how to climb, but they're climbing without, their purpose is to jump off the high dive, okay? But in this spiritualness of things, you know, there are those who are trying to ascend, climb that ladder. Now follow the swimming analogy, all right? So you're going up the ladder. Why? So I can jump off the high dive. That's what we do. And then I'm going to do it again. So there is a purpose in the ascending the ladder. So in the purpose of doing this spiritually, now I'm going to use the same thing. So maybe we go up the ladder in spirituality and we learn how to jump into the waters of the universe and splash around and have a good time. Okay. 4th dimensional, 5th dimensional, whatever. But in that, though, the purpose of that is so that we climb the ladder, we ascend. But what's the purpose? We're going to dive into the next dimension. We're going to dive into more spirituality. But why would you ascend the ladder if you can't climb? And knowing that you're going to dive into something, do you know how to fucking swim? I used the F word again. What's with that tonight, guys? You know, take another hit, right? I'm being the old hippie at 3 hours into this. You know, if anybody who really knows me won't be offended by now. Either that or go, oh, that man, he just used the F word. Okay, I love you all too. Sometimes I think it's just necessary for the punctuation of a particular topic or subject. So in the climbing a ladder of spiritualness, there are people who read a book and they know how to climb. There are people who watched a video and know how to dive off a 10-foot ladder or, high dive. There are people, who will listen to a tape or something from some spiritual leader and they will know how they're going to know what it looks like when you stand at the top of that ladder and you walk out to the end of that little narrow ass board that's going to doing, 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 and you're going to go, I know how to do this because somebody gave me instructions. Now, what it looks like for that little nerdy guy up there that's going to dive in versus me being the little nerdy guy up there looking back down at the cement and all the people around the pool. So your perception when you get there, now you're sitting on a springy board, and if you slip, and which I've done too many times, landed on your back or on your face on that hard ass water, and you come up and go, and you can't breathe. You don't necessarily want to go back up the ladder and go dingy dingy boing boing and jump off, right? So for people who are looking for that spiritualness, they've joined a church. Just saying. They went to worship with their fellow persons, and somehow in that spirituality of the church, or there are a lot of creepy people that hang out in churches, let me tell you. Men and women, okay? It ain't just one-sided, especially now in these new ages. But so to someone who's searching the spirituality of something, so a church is the ladder, that's the diving board. So they go to the church and they're climbing the ladder. They're, tithing to they're volunteering. They maybe even become a deacon, who knows? And then they find out when they get up there to be a good Christian in the church, that they get caught in the politics and they slip and fall hard ass onto the water. Now, what did they become? Really great divers? Are they great swimmers? Are they gluttons for punishment? But so they go up this ladder and they learn these things. And some people are absolutely comfortable with just jumping in the water, not learning how to dive. It's just become rote to them. They just walk up there, walk off, and just that's it. And so, but have they become spiritual in that? No. Have they learned anything in it? No. Is it really fun to them? No, but they do it because all the other kids are doing it. Well, look, Johnny's up there. He's fixing to jump in. Does Johnny want to learn how to dive? No, he just wants to jump in. Now, I was sort of like Johnny. Wasn't too much into the diving, but I've jumped from heights as much. This is no lie. I don't know if it's still open, but they had a tower down in Lake Magdalene, I think. It was Lake Magdalene and Lake Ellen in North Tampa-ish, up there towards Land O'Lakes. And they were swimming holes kind of thing. Big lakes. Lake Ellen was the smallest. But both of them had towers made out of, telephone poles. And, the first level was 3 or 4 feet off the water. And then there was second floor, which, you could reach, touch, and put your hands on. So, it was at least 6 feet. And then the next one was the third. And I think it was Lake Ellen that had 4 layers. So it was damn near 40 foot tall. And when you got up on the top of that thing and looked down, it was strange. And there were people who would do the high dive, just like there was, down in Mexico. I would go up and jump off the thing, and that was enough. But to dive head first and I couldn't. I always wanted to keep going and end up, on my back, actually. So I could never quite get that coordination. But where I grew up in the neighborhoods, we had several sinkholes as kids that we would go and frequent and go swimming when we couldn't get to the river. And there were trees that overhung some of these sinkholes. A lot of them are tore down now and stuff, but back when we was kids. And there was a tree that went from the ledge of the land down to the water was a good 8 to 10 feet. And so you're already 10 foot off the water from the bank, all right? Now you climb up this tree, and the higher up you go, big old oak tree with limbs that stick out. And you're 30, 40 feet off the water. Now we had a swing, and I mean, all the neighborhood kids, we would get down there in the summertime all the time, whole groups of kids, And so you'd take this swing and climb up the tree next to it and jump off and get this really good arc going and swoop down below the bank, right? And sail across the water and go up the other side. And oh my God, when you got to the apogee, perigee, anyway, to the high spot on the end of that swing, you were hauling ass and you were at least 35, 40 feet off the water. Now people go, no, it really wasn't. Yeah, because the rope was tied at the top of this oak tree that was at least 60 foot tall, right? And leaning over 10 foot off of the, anyway. So all you had to do was a little bit of math. It was a 100-foot rope tied, looped over the thing. So it was, the rope is 50 foot long. So don't give me that shit. Anyway, so, and you'd come back up to the bank, and then somebody would jump off of the bank, and the two of you would go swinging out and, and try to get as much height. Now, the whole point of this was to see how many kids could jump onto this rope, hold on, and still keep it at the highest. And there were kids jumping off, doing backflips and shit, and I think to myself, oh my God, what we used to do just for fun back in those days. Now they got walls and chains all around those sinkholes and stuff, and those kinds of things aren't allowed. But we were jumping and diving out of trees, 30, 40 feet up, because the water was 10 foot from the below the bank. There you go. So, but anyway, so have done some risky things just for fun, but we had the purpose of climbing up the tree was so that you could jump out and have the fun, the purpose of ascending. So the purpose of ascending in spirituality is, let's go to the fourth and go swimming. let's it's not the idea of jumping. Of course, oh my God, in an hour and a half's time of swimming, we'd jump out of a tree 20 times. Easy, 35 feet. Whee! Come on, let's do it again. All right, come on now. And back up the tree we'd go. Just like little monkeys have, and I was watching this South Sea something, to us Oriental. They looked a little either Japanese or sort of Korean, but the climate they were in was much too warm anyway. The point was that they were just having a ball. They had to swing out over this little, and they were jumping on each other. And I was like, man, I can remember what that felt like. I mean, on the river in my backyard, we had a swimming hole down there, and we had a rope way up in the tree. And we used to do the same thing back here in my backyard when the water was up. And we'd go swimming down there all the time. We had, anyway, the river's changed since then. But we used to go down there, every spring and go in there and clean the logs out and make sure there wasn't anything in there, and it's not like we had alligators swimming up and down, but we did have to watch out for snakes and things. They do get in the river, but it was more about if there was any debris that might float down while you were before you jumped out of the tree. But, the ascending the tree was to have fun. So there are people who I think who are climbing the tree, climbing the ladder to the diving board, and they ain't got a clue what they're going to do when they get there. They don't understand. They can barely dog paddle as far as swimming goes. So in this realm of spirituality, church didn't really do it for them, because they gave them some information, but it didn't tell them what it was going to look like when they climbed to the top of the ladder before they dove in. They were not prepared, I guess, is where I'm headed with this. So with this discussion with y'all, and especially with myself in this, because of course I want to learn how to do this. I want to learn how to make this transition. So, but at the same time, I relate it to what did I do in my life? Well, I used to climb up trees and jump into, what some people would call cesspools, but the water was clean because they're sinkholes. I'm supposing they still are around Tampa. Uh, but some of them were in little nooks and crannies you would never expect to look. And there'd be this, hole that was about 25, 30 feet in diameter, trees and roots and stuff. We'd go in there and clean them out. And some folks would throw, but literally they rolled this one I'm thinking about. They rolled a couple of cars in there. And for many of us that could dive, at least 20 feet down, which ain't really that deep, but 20 feet, and you couldn't see none of them cars or none of the junk. Some of them sinkholes were really deep. But anyway, so there's all kinds, but in the ones that were shallower around the sides, because they were all connected to a sort of like an artesian well. No, because the water did fluctuate when it rained a lot, but normally it stayed at so, but anyway, um and duckweed that grows on top, and we take it out and put it up on the bank and clean out bottles or whatever somebody might have thrown in. But when us kids were swimming in there, if anybody went to go throw something in there, we'd bitch them out. Oh hell no, we'll beat your ass, you better not throw that down there. We just cleaned that shit out. So as a swimming hole, we all as kids respected it and took care of the swimming holes, and were conservatives around it, and wouldn't throw a bunch of stuff in there, and we cleaned up the bottles and things. So and I relate the experience in that I want to make sure that I got all the bottles cleaned up on my path, on my journey to climb the tree into the fourth, if you will, because I'm fixing to I have every intention of jump, maybe not diving, but jumping in with both feet. But I will have jumped off the bank first. I will have gotten in the water and swam around in it to find out, well, there's a stump over here. Don't jump over here. There's lots of other places. Don't jump over there. There's a log. Well, when Doofus Don jumps over there and he gets jabbed by the log, he wants to bitch and complain, and we go, but we told you, don't jump over there. So consequences, right? But you get in the water always first and feel around what's what. So when you're climbing out, you don't get jabbed, and that's the bright thing to do. But then there are those people who just climb and think when they get up there and they're clinging onto the tree going, Jesus, what do I do now? Can't climb down. It ain't a ladder. It's a tree. I know. And I'm clinging up. Then you better go up, or you're going to, and they hang there. Literally, this one kid just clung to the tree for like an hour. He said, my arms are getting tired. My arms are getting tired. And his brother, we all was like, we're climbing up the rope, and bringing it in instead of jumping out of the tree. There were 2 trees you could jump out of. But anyway, so we were still using the swing, and every time the tree went, he was like, oh, don't swing. Anyway, so he finally climbed a little higher and slipped around the tree and fell in the water. And after he did that, he was like, that was really fun. So he was cool after that. But you got to go do it at least once. But so folks that go to churches seeking for, instructions on how it's going to go, when they all said, well, it's all in God's hands. Well, you're going to go through the pearly gates. Well, you're going to be in heaven. You're going to be on clouds with the angels. And it's going to be heaven. And heaven is what? Yeah, it's the pearly gates. Yeah, where I'm going to go to the gated community, right? Yeah, it's where we all want to go, through the pearly gates, right? Not necessarily. It's like that, there was a joke about, Joe goes to, dies, and he goes up there before St. Peter, and he's standing in line, and he sees up ahead of him a neighbor of his that, had passed away with a heart attack. And he sees him as he tells St. Peter, now, St. Peter says, now, if you tell me the truth, you'll be rewarded. But if you lie to me, you're going to get kicked out. So he says, now, have you ever, um, cheated on your wife? And the man says, well, he says, St. Peter. St. Peter looks at him and says, now, if you lie, and I'll know. So you might as well just tell me the truth. That's all. That's all you got to do is just tell the truth. So he says, well, St. Peter, he says, he said, I did cheat on my wife. He said, now I lusted in my heart. And he said, but it was one time. It was one time. And St. Peter says, well, you know, normally you get a gold Cadillac. It, he said, but since you only cheated one time, he says, we got a Chevy convertible over there, so here's the keys. It's yours. Now, dude standing back here's going, what? So next person up in line says, now I'm going to ask you the same thing. Say, now, did you ever cheat on your spouse? And the woman, she was like, well, St. Peter, he said, I'm telling you, you better tell the truth, or you're going to really suffer the consequences. She said, well, St. Peter, she said, I lusted in my heart for the gardener. And she said, in one hot summer day, well, we, yeah, that's right, he says, St. Peter. Is that all? And she said, well, St. Peter, she said, and then there was the pool boy. And St. Peter said, all right, okay. But that's all, St. Peter. But I have lusted in my heart, but that's all. St. Peter said, that's the truth. Says, all right, now, here's the keys to a Volkswagen. It's a gold Volkswagen, but here's the keys. You told the truth. And so, old guy gets up there to St. Peter, and St. Peter looks at him and he says, now tell me the truth. Have you ever cheated on your wife? I've got these brand new keys to a gold Cadillac sitting over there, convertible. Have you ever cheated on your wife? The man says, no, sir. No, St. Peter, I kept my faith. Said, all right. It said, have you ever lusted in your heart? He said, well, St. Peter, I cannot lie, but, just before I got married, I lusted in my heart after the one of the maid of honors there. But he said, I trusted in the Lord. And he said, but St. Peter says, all right, very good. He said, here's your keys to your gold convertible Cadillac. So he's so proud of himself that he's driving around. He's like, oh, Lordy, I was so faithful to my wife. And he pulls up to the curb and he's so proud and looking at all these people on different kinds of vehicles. And his neighbor, who, had only cheated once, stops in and he goes, hey, he says, I think I've seen your wife up here. He said, really? He goes, yeah, she whizzed by me on a gold skateboard. Now, do you get the irony of that? She went to heaven. And how many did she have to be unfaithful to? Where he got the gold Cadillac, but she's, she got the gold mine and I got the shaft. The old Jerry Reed song. I still think that's a one funny ass song, She got the gold mine and I got the shaft. Yeah, buddy. And I think Jerry Reed's passed on now too, by the way. But anyway, um, but in that long story with a really bad punchline, you know, that's the kind of jokes they told back when I was growing up. That was like, that was a dirty joke, you know. Good talking about St. Peter and, you know, talked about his wife on a skateboard. You know, okay, we got it. So, but in this understanding of religion and spiritualism and where we're supposed to be headed as individuals, where do we fit into this? Do you know how to climb a ladder? Are you going to be scared shitless when you get there? Have you tried the short board before you tried the big board? In other words, have you practiced? Now, I don't necessarily mean in dying, but in the spiritual realm of things, have you um, made sure that your faith has stayed solid over however many years or whatever trials and tribulations that you've been through? And are you confident that regardless of what happens, you'll figure it out? And that if if it is that you'll still love Jesus, okie dokie, I'm thumbs up with that. You know, if you're still going to understand the teachings of Buddha and you're going to figure it out and you're thumbs up with that, right? So I'm good. So however we decide to achieve it, well, however we decide, you know, there are different types um, of dies. There's jack dice and this and that and the double, triple, you know, polynomial. And so whatever it is that we're up to in the dive, meaning where we are spiritually, it's what we wish to learn along the way. So if we just want to climb the ladder and jump off, that's what we're going to get out of this. Now, I just couldn't do the flamenco divey thingy. I really wanted to. And I practiced on the short board. But I think it was because of honestly having um, early head injuries. I had issues with tilting over and doing things like upside down kind of stuff. Now, I did learn how to walk on my hands, and I was pretty damn good at it. Could stand on my hands, and I could do push-ups with my toes on the wall, and I could go down and touch my nose, and I could do 10 of those. That's what I practiced because I'd broken my leg and I couldn't walk around. So I decided, and I knew a lot of people from Ringling Brothers in the circus. There were people in my neighborhood who knew how to, you know, do the trapeze, and we had one of those in Sulphur Springs at the youth center there, and you could learn how to, you know, do the trapeze thingy. There's another word for it, but and you know, there were friends who were literally went with Ringling Brothers every year and were animal trainers. And there were some of the folks that the Italian family that lived north of Tampa, and they did high wire acts, and they had wires that were, you know, about chest high set up that they practiced on all the time. And, you know, you'd drive down the street and the family would be out there in the wintertime during winter quarters and they'd be practicing, you know, for when the spring came and they'd leave with the circus. So that was the old days. That was me growing up down in Florida and around Sarasota and you know, the Giants Fish Camp and that kind of thing. And the people that we knew in the, you know, growing up in the carnival, uh, because carnies are fair people or, you know, sideshows, etc. Is kind of sort of the same thing. Although circus people, I don't want to say they're above carny folk, but you know, there's a little bit more prestige in circus people than carny people. But they're assholes in both. I've met some carnies that would just give you the shirt off their back. The same thing with some circus folk. And then there were those that nobody liked them, you know, out of, you know, We had, let's see, rocket plane, three, the rock, the tilt, the scrambler, um, the octopus. I'm missing one. There were at least 15 rides, okay? And some of those rides normally had two people operating them. So, but even if so, there's 15 rides. There's 15 ride jocks, and for those 15, so there are five people that are like interchanging. So there's 20 folks just for the rides. Now there are 20 joints, okay, along the line, right? And so there are normally mostly two people with each of the joints. So my point is there's 20 people, 20 joints, two people, that's 40 people, plus the 20 people that are, that are ride jocks, whatever. And then there are the center joints. So there's the cookhouse, two or three people. There's the popcorn, two or three people. There's the center joints, two or three people. And there's two or three center joints. So there's 2, 4, 6, 8. There's 10 more people. So when you get done with it, there's 40 over here, there's 20 over here, and there's another, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. So there's 60 people easy on a carnival, and the odds and end extra or less, but so with these 60 people, you get 59 of them that don't like you. You know what I mean? But in the long and the short of it, though, so some folks, and you speak to every day when you're on the lot, hey, Joe, how you doing? Okay, how you doing, Dave? And that's all you say. And then there are some people that you go out back and will smoke a joint with or have a beer with, right? And, we'll play cards later on the merry-go-round kind of thing. I forgot about the merry-go-round. So, we put the canvas down on the merry-go-round and then turn the lights on the inside at night. And we turned some of the little kiddie horses sideways, and we'd set up a game in there, and we'd play cards and drink and party on the merry-go-round late at night. So it was a lot of fun back in the day. Anyway, but it's the way you got to know people, their quirks, their this, their that. And you might not like somebody very badly, but the time when we've had some folks that came on the lot that was going to, literally run, had a truck and ran down the middle of the midway. People there, we were open and tried to run over their joint. And so there were people, I saw Arnie, my pops, jump out of the cookhouse and take it was an S-shaped piece of steel. He pulled it out in one swift movement. I still don't know how he did it. He came over that counter, and he was, 200 some 40 pounds then, and a little shorter than me, so a little stocky, but how I've never seen him move so fast. He came over the counter and the trailer's up. So when he came off of the counter, it's chest high. So it's 4 feet to the ground. He had this steel bar in his hand. And by the time the truck got there were people like the truck was running a gauntlet. All the carnies on both sides were beating and slamming and beating on this truck as it was going down through the middle, yelling at the guy. And Arnie was beating on the front end of the hood of this guy's truck. And I was like, what? But, and then there was Jimmy Deal with his pair of Kleins and his cigar. It was sort of like doodle-doo, Clint Eastwood. And Jimmy Deal was like a cigar in his mouth all the time and talk like this. He took this pair of Kleins that he always had out of his back pocket and threw them like a dagger, like some kung fu movie, right? And threw them at and busted the didn't break the glass in, but it busted the windshield, and his Kleins flew off, and the car veered just in front of Jimmy Deal and out across the ditch and off of the lot. And it was like that Cross City, Florida. And later on that night, there was 75 cars lined up that came down the road and out to where the carnival was set up out there at the little airport or whatever. I think there's a a little prison thingy out there. But anyway, you can see all these cars coming down the road and down, and they all had guns shooting and beer and stuff, and we were all hiding underneath the rides with 22s and pistols and clubs, So my point to that is that, regardless of who you liked on the carny, between those 60 people, give or take, to the rest of the world, we were family. What didn't care if you liked Miss Johnson down there. You didn't care if you liked, uh, uh, um, Popeye down there. You didn't care whether or not, you like Jimmy Deal or, Miss Irene. Didn't matter. You worked on the carnival and everybody else didn't. They were the marks, right? So, and when you go into town, if you had to be careful to say, hi, how you doing? You're in the store and you're shopping and you go, wow, have I seen you around before? No, we're in town with the carnival. Oh, you're one of them carny folk, huh? Well, some of us, because Southland had been to some of these towns for so many years, would go, yeah, we're with Southland Amusements. And not just the carnival. Now, we're here with Southland Amusements. The carnival that comes here every year. Oh, yeah. Well, how's Miss Irene? Or because a lot of times I went to Homerville, my first time when I was 13 years old. So, we went to Moultrie and Cairo and all these towns around here. That's how I ended up here. But so every year that I came, I knew people. So, you'd have, the older that we got, we actually grew up with some of these folks around here. When we run out of weed, some of these guys go, hey, man, they know we run the Rocco plane. Carnivals in town, they'd come looking for us down on the Rocco plane. Hey, man, y'all want to buy some homegrown? Yeah, man, yeah, yeah. That's how it was back in the day. Blacks and whites. There was some black. There was a black man. We were in Wrightsville, Georgia, raining, cold. It's September, and nobody would help with tear down, and so it's only the carnies. It's only the ride guys. So there's like 15 of us going to tear down all these rides. When we usually hire 15 extras, right, or more. So sometimes 3 times, but anyway, so we're all out there cold and wet, and I mean freezing to death. And this old black man in an old pickup truck, old Chevrolet, because I had one just like it, side bodies on it, comes up and he said, Mr. Dave, Mr. Bill. He said, now I was about 18 or 19 years old, okay, out of high school, but not, not 20, I don't think. So we're tearing down, these rides, and he goes over and talks to Mr. Jack over there and Mr. What you call it over there. Yeah, yeah, come on over here to the truck. Little pint jars of moonshine for $2.50. Selling them out the back of his truck. And nobody called him a nigger. Nobody called him any names. Nobody. There wasn't no. Now he was an old black man and back in the 60s. So when he said, yes, sir, massa, he said it in a way that he had folks that he was, a prodigy of the late, slavery times and things. So he was born in the 1800s, couldn't find his birth certificate kind of thing. Well, I knowed I was born when this guy was president. That's what they always told me. That was how they knew who was president at the time when you was born. Now there was a 4-year period in there, but I know this because my son's mother Um, her daddy, he was born somewhere out near where I am now, but a little further north, up in a little community called Bay. And and he growed up there all his life between there and Cell City. And sharecrop, had never been to, going to Albany, which is like 40 miles north, had never been to Atlanta, had never been to the ocean, had never been to a big airport, had never seen a jet except, you know, he believed that we never went to the moon, and he might have been right about that one. But he was a kind old man and played the fiddle and talked to his plants, sold collard greens to folks around here. And they're not, when he died, they weren't sure how old he was, because all they knew was he knew who the president was when he was born. That's what his mama told him. Because some of those communities back then, if they didn't make it to town, and there were floods and stuff, so they weren't quite sure how old he was, you know. But anyway, those are some of the people that I knew and hung around with when I was in my early 20s, when I first moved up here to South Florida. I mean, from South Florida. Well, Tampa's not really South Florida, but it's south of here. you know. But in all of this, there were some of them old men that were spiritual in and of themselves, because old John, even though he couldn't read much, he's like, read me some of some of the Bible, read me some of that scripture, they'd say. And some of them would get together and they'd sing some of them honest to God, old timey Southern, sit on the front porch with a fiddle and a guitar. And I don't know of anybody that had a banjo, but there were several guitars and a tambourine once or twice. And then there was one preacher, there was at one time, as we called them in the Catholic Church, these folks were them holy rollers, and and speaking in tongues. And I was like, oh my God. Now, I had honestly been around people who had taken a lot of LSD, me included, and were speaking like in strange kind of gibberish language, but it just sounded foreign to me. Where, like listening to somebody who was like, they could have been speaking Portuguese or something, and it sounded like it made sense. But listening to some of these folks who with the holiness church, when they started getting into this ranting and I was like, these motherfuckers are possessed. I want away from these people. I have been around people who were Satanists and that kind of thing. And they did not act like this. And if God's attached to these folks, I don't want nothing to do with their God, Now, there are some of these people who just absolutely, some of the women are just as prim and proper, and I think it's a little outrageous that they're like that. But I've asked some of these women, do you choose to be that way because you're married to your husband? Well, my husband expects it. And I was like, that ain't what I asked you. So in one case, I saw this lady who, around with her husband, she would come to the plant and deliver things with her. She always wore the little bonnet kind of thing. And when she was with him, she always wore the bonnet thing. And so then there was one day, I don't know where it was, but I saw her because I recognized the truck, but she wasn't wearing her bonnet thing. And I was like, under all of that, she was a very strikingly beautiful woman, but she was all done like nothing could be seen but like this. And she had to be all prim and proper. But when she wasn't around him, she was this free, uh, beautiful middle-aged woman, and I was like, instead of being this, like this, and I thought that she can't be happy in that, seeing how rigid she must be around him. And for this fleeting moment in the parking lot somewhere, I see her just being open and free and just, like this. And I'm like, oh my God, you know, to be those two sides of the same coin. Whoa, and I don't know if they stayed together, but I had heard that she had told him that she loved him and that she still believed in the church, but if she didn't want to wear her bonnet, she didn't have to. And that was sort of her women's lib. And I mean, she wouldn't wear pants or anything like that. So, and I think she kind of broke that rule and said, look, I'm going to wear some slacks or something. But anyway, that having that tied to religion, and that somehow all of these things that you follow because the religion says so is going to make you better to climb, learn how to do the high dive, and learn how to get into the fourth dimension or be able to pass on to the next life. So I don't know. I think some of these folks, I've met some of these preachers, they honestly do have, they want people to be saved, and to them, to, give their heart to Jesus, is that way to spiritualness. And it's like, but to that same point, listening to Pastor Paul Begley, he was like, you have to give your heart to Jesus. And I was like, well, I already have. I made that agreement a long time ago when I was a kid in high school and Catholic church. And, I made this deal with me and God and me and Mother Mary. And no, I'm with you, brother. And I've never strayed from that. And I couldn't find Jesus in any of the churches that I went to, any of the Christian churches. But Sister Helene told me, she goes, go study Buddha. And the more I studied other basic philosophies, and Buddha's just one of them, but Confucius and some of the Taoism and, Taoism, there's a lot of different philosophies out there. And you could say that, my philosophy is null and void, but the null in the void, and there is this null space that they talk about, that it's neither, zero has a value because it's the starting point of either positive or negatively, but it has a value even though there's nothing there. It's the null set, it's the null value, so in time and space, there is the beginning, either way, up and down or in all directions, there is the null space. So I just find it interesting that that was our last name. But that they're, in the true sense of how they use the word, it was just null and void and the empty set, right? But now they're saying it's not the empty set. There is a value to it, although it's empty. Well, wait a minute, then how can it have a value? You know what I'm saying? So it's like, in my reality of who I am as a human being and what I'm supposed to be doing here, and I'm following your instructions as much as I can, I promise. Yeah, I know I need kicked in the butt a little more about certain things, but anyway, the idea though that, so that how we proceed with this, with our spirituality, and I've said for quite a while, I think religion is a good way to get a good start on stuff. Pick one, and I think you should pick them all. You should go sit in a church with a bunch of holy rollers and decide for yourself. and they'd go sit in, in with some Buddhist monks, go sit with some Catholic monks, and let them, and do the singing, chanting thing. There's a lot to be said in that. I used to do the Dominus Vobiscum et cum spiritu tuo, re, and you do it and get that echo going. There's a lot to be said in those prayers and how it echoes in the church, right? So, but until you've experienced it or allowed yourself to, the other day I was practicing doing the throat singing thing. And I was like, I used to be able to do it fairly decent uh, for an old white guy. And I want to try to do the throat thing. Not now. I got to practice it. You have to sit in a percent. You have to get your spine and everything lined up, and you have to go all the way down to your diaphragm, and you got to feel it down in your diaphragm in order to get that deep resonance of the throat song. So, but when you do it, and when your body hits that resonance, it's like really cool, and you don't want to stop. Um, it's sort of like the whirling dervishes. You learn to spin, and in that spinning and in that motion, and I've been in ceremonies where, in my own ceremonies, in that you lose yourself. It's not a frenzied dance. It's not. Yeah, it's not a frenzied dance. I'm thinking of the many times that I've had and have been at powwows and danced. And I'm thinking of the different types of dance, and that some dance with the, close to the ground, and they're imitating a particular bird or an animal. They're mimicking the 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 motions of the animal in respect to the animal. So, say hawk is one of mine, and a hawk just flew by earlier today. It was like, whoa, talk to me. Not a sound, but it glided remarkably slow. It wasn't like shoo. It was like it was just kind of floated by. I was like, whoa, it downhill, but it still kind of floated by instead of swooped. It was interesting. And I always note those kinds of things and paid attention and went, whoa, wonder what's up. Um, so, but in that, if I wanted to represent Hawk, then I would mimic what Hawk does. I would mimic how they sit, how they glide, and how they swoop, and how they would caw, and how. So, if it was a chipmunk, you would mimic what a chipmunk does, but to the point. A wolf or a bear. So depending on the animal, then um, that's how the action or reaction would be. The crow dance, so, but in the ceremony though, so in there, for me, I allowed myself to, you just don't go around the fire, there you go in small circles or steps, sometimes backwards, but in a direction around the fire. And there are some who would go backwards. And I had this conversation with Gray Wolf many times, and I said, you know, he said, "How come you went counterclockwise?" You know, he was my shaman to train me in to make sure that I was getting some things right, And so I said, well, because that's the way I'm supposed to go, right? And he's no, he said, he said, we always go this way. And I said, I mean, you've never gone backwards? And he goes, no, because I was always taught to go this way. And he said, but Hawkeye, you're a Heyoki. So I am the opposite sometimes. I'm not necessarily the opposing, but I'm the opposite. Everybody's in a happy mood. I got to just make sure, all right, guys, you don't get too happy. It's okay. And at the same time, y'all can't get too sad. That ain't happening either. So, and I see that, and I was told that, God almighty, 30 years ago. So, or longer. And so this idea of being the Heyoki, as sometimes the trickster, and you know me, I'll come up here and me and my different voices or stories or characters or, so sometimes I show the angry guy that's pissed off. And then there's the time when I'll tell a corny joke or I'll tell a joke about corn, corn, you hear me now. Anyway, that hey, did I get your ear? Okay. Quit stalking me. Okay. All right. I've really gone over the edge. I'm trying my best, Michelle. If I smoke this bowl anymore, I'll make it for I'll make it for 4 hours. When they spin hey, hi Ian, how are you? Neutral null chooses no sides. Kind of sort of, ST, the null space between two worlds. And it's not just that, Ian, it's between two anythings. And the more I have learned, I'm still learning, I'm still a shaman in training, but the more I learn to be neutral, you're still engaged though, which is interesting because, I've talked about many different sides of stories and so forth. Being the watchman, a watch person, a watch entity, a watched entity, okay, a watcher of entities. Um, the idea that in not choosing sides, the neutral position is still a position. So, I mean, my immediately when I said neutral position, so I've worked on a bunch of cars over the years and fixing some old, restoring some 60, 70 models anyway. And I was thinking of an old GTO that had the shifter, right? And some of them had little spaces in where you had to go to the right or left, but it was an automatic, but it was anyways. So I was thinking, you know, um, you could put it in neutral, but you couldn't start the car. The only way to start a car in automatic transmission is with it in park. So there's otherwise the switch isn't engaged, right? To allow the signal to get to the ignition. So, but in that, I was like a neutral position. So if you look at, eh, pick one, mine just went to an old Pontiac, but the neutral position still had a position, you know, it's neutral. But if you go up one or down one, you're either in reverse or you're in drive. But neutral still had a position, even though the transmission ran, the car was on, and but in that position, it still had a position. So in the null set, I was thinking about it differently today, and that it was like the phrase that if a tree falls in a forest but there's no one around, does it still make a sound? And the answer is yes. Because I've heard things fall, and I really wasn't around, but I still heard trees fall, and even limbs, make a racket. And you go, what the hell was that? It'd be the top of a tree that fell over or something. And there might not even be any wind. It was just time to go. So just because somebody, well, that's like, well, that's silly. Well, no, it doesn't make a sound. Well, yes, it does. Anything that hits the ground, go outside and throw something and tell me if it makes a sound. Now, just because you're not there doesn't mean that the sound isn't there. Come on, let's be real about this. So, but there are people who would debate the other side that no, just because you're there, it doesn't make a sound. It makes a sound regardless because of two pieces coming together. I mean, I go like this, I make a clapping sound, you throw a limb on the ground and it hits something else, it's going to make some kind. That's simple law, right? But don't overthink the simple, you know, overthinking the simple. So it is what it is. Yes, it makes a noise. Well, I saw the hawk fly by today. Did it make a noise? No. Well, wasn't that strange? In a way, yes. But the day before yesterday, that may have been the same hawk because there's a pair that lives around here. Was hawking and crying and circling around. And then I seen the mate come over and got a little closer in. And they were, just up over this direction. So not quite overhead, but really close. Maybe above treetops. So about 100, 120 feet up. And just, and off they went back into the back. Now, I had a pair of hawks that had a nest in one of my trees on my property. And I used to go up in the deer stand and sit and watch them through the binoculars. And Mama Hawk was not happy with that shit, let me tell you. So I had to move away. I mean, she would come in, and I wasn't anywhere near her tree, but I was close enough that she made it plain that she did not like me that close to her nest. And so I had to back up. I mean, I was at least 100 feet away. Well, 75. Yeah, at least 75 feet away. Totally, tree over there, me way over here. But she did not like me in the area. And so I had to get down on the ground and literally move a good 150 feet away, like, almost the length of a football field, right? And then it was really hard to see the tree and so forth, but it was the only way and then when she saw me in the neighborhood, she knew I was there. I didn't have a gun, I didn't have anything. All I had was binoculars, and I might have had a camera. I'm not sure about that. But she did not like me in the neighborhood. So, but recently though, back then my energies were much different because I was, oh, look, there's the hawk. Ooh, so there was this like anticipation, and I'm learning, wonder what hawk's going to teach me today. And, so, and that's all well and good, but, that's overthinking the simple, right? Sometimes you just go, oh, look, there's the hawk. Well, yeah, but isn't that exciting? Calm down. The hawk, yeah. The hawk's presence is always there. But I saw it. I saw the tree, and it came over and squawked at me, and it goes, yeah, okay, so my reaction then to what hawk and these other animals, and my reaction to them now, don't get me wrong, they still excite me. They're still very interesting that they show up at the times that they do, like the one just going by. It was like slow motion. I was like, this is really cool, and it was like right over the shed, right over there, really close in. So I was like, my thought was, I need to go back in the back and take a look around, because It seems like there's a nest somewhere nearby back here in the back. A lot of oak trees, a lot of big trees. So me and the dog need to go back there and go see what's up, if they're making a nest on my property this year. I lost some really old oak trees. I'm talking 150-year-old trees. And there's some trees and not quite that old, but are pushing 100, because I've been here for 40 and they were big trees back then. So, uh, so if they're not 100, they're pushing it. But way up in the tops of these trees, where the groups of, where the limbs start, there'll be a crook, and the hawks love to make a nest right in there. They don't put them out on a limb. They find some somewhere high up in the top of a, preferably oak tree. I don't think I've ever seen them in a pine tree, because pine trees don't have those little nooks in them. Pine trees go straight up with limbs that come off. Other birds will, but not hawks. And osprey too. I've seen them. There was a set of osprey that made a nest in the top of a pine tree. I mean, it was the top of the pine tree, the whole top of the pine tree. They bent it over and made the nest right in the top of the damn thing. But anyway, so I'm going to go back in the back here, and if it's halfway decent tomorrow, me and Duggar need to go in the back, because I noticed coming from the town today, the river is way up. The Big Oclockney. Now, where I go across it going towards Coolidge, it's really narrow there. But and it's about as wide as the Little Oclockney is over here. But which means my backyard's the river's flowing in my backyard right now really well. So, it may be time for me to go down to the bridge and throw my kayak in and take a little. I used to be able to go upstream from the bridge when the water's up high enough, and it's an interesting float. And there hasn't been it's been 2 years since I've been up there, but there wasn't too many trees across, so you could get upstream pretty easy. Going downstream, where the hurricane went through, lots of trees down, and it's like you just can't get through. I mean, huge trees, great big giant oak trees falling across one way and this way, and their trunks are so high up, and you can't get through unless. So I'd gotten in there with a chainsaw and cut several places so we could get through, and then that hurricane came through and knocked a whole different layer of trees down, and it's like you just can't get through. And so I had been promising, and a friend of mine said he'd go with me, that when the water was low, we was going to walk the bottom of the creek and with a chainsaw and cut up some of them pieces, so that when the water did come up enough, that we could you don't want to cut them out entirely, but you want to cut out a section so you can literally channel the river, to go, hard to the left if you got a tree stump over here. But if you're going into a curve, you're going to pick up speed going around the curve this way with your kayak. So, but in some curves, you might actually want to take that same log and put it on the opposite side. So it breaks the current going into that curve, but shoves it to the point. So you can come down the river and take the end of that log like it was rocks, and then channel the water so you're actually going a little faster. But instead of taking the long way around this way and losing momentum on the other side, you take your kayak and cut the corner right off of the point, and that's how you could win a race, right? Take the shortcut. So I'm playing with kayaks and canoes over the years, and playing in these little short areas, and seeing how the logs are, that the position of the logs, you can create your own little slalom and all that kind of thing, right? But then so many trees went down, and I just couldn't even get to the river. I'm changing my point of view this year. I feel younger than I did the 2 years ago. So, and I have nothing to distract me this year. And so taken, and now I have two chainsaws, one with an extension on it. So I can crank it up and not have to crawl so far into some of these tight spaces to cut some of these logs and limbs. Uh, you know, um, you just have to be there to see what I'm talking about in my head, because some of these curves and things, man, oh man. Uh, but when the water was up just right and the river was clear, I'm here to tell you that having this little river in my backyard is an absolute joy. And it has pained me these last 2 years because one was a drought and the next was I couldn't get through there because of the trees. And now that we're having some normal water, now it makes me want to go down there and clean up some of that stuff because I want to, it's in my backyard. Let's go play in the water. I got I've got 5 kayaks right now on the property, plus my canoe. And it's like, duh, so if the logs were cleared out, I wouldn't have to go anywhere. You know what I mean? So, especially when the water's up like it is right now. And there's a secret place behind my house that the locals call Lost Creek. Now, 2 miles, let's see, yeah, about 2 miles from the Ochlockonee River, going towards Meigs, over a couple of hills and down a hill, is a creek called Lost Creek. But the ones in the backyard, somehow, some way, there's somebody in the old days. Now, they used to turpentine this area. And some of the old tree stumps that have the cat claws on them, where they turpentine the pine trees on my property next door and down here in this swampy area, because it wouldn't, it wasn't good for anything else. So, but back in the day, turpentining, was good business, and people made money any way that they could. So, and I have since been thinking about, trying a little turpentining myself, simply because I got all these pine trees and I don't want to cut them down, and some of them have injuries on them, and it would be easy just simply to go around to the trees and collect the pine sap and stuff that's already clinging to the side. They'll make some more. So, and now's the time of year to go do it too. It's cool outside, and the leaves are off the trees, and you'd be able to get to those kinds of things anyway. But so in going through the swamp, though, there is this canal that's not very wide, but it starts up near the bridge. And as you come out of this short spot from the bridge, it cuts immediately to the left. And when the water's up high enough, it's this narrow little, I don't know, 6 foot, sometimes 8 foot wide little channel that cuts right across the property, my next door neighbor's property, by the way, and wiggles around and does this thing. And it's fun as hell to go down through it. And we would turn around and go back up and then do it again because it was so much fun. But then it just kind of petered out between his property and mine, and just kind of it spreads out onto my property. So it's like, what? But anyway, so unless you're on the water and can find these little nooks and crannies where there are these fun little things to do in the swamp, but only when the water is running at a certain height or something. And any other time, it just looks like a little ditch. But when the water's up, it becomes this fun little playground. It's amazing. And it's like it is my backyard. Of course, my neighbors too, but I've never seen him down in his backyard. I've often thought, if I had the money, I'd just, by that, his backyard kind of thing, so I could go in it. But I don't really have any reason to. There's nothing I would do over there, and other than walk it or explore it, or when the water's up, float it. That why would if he doesn't care, I don't care, and none of the other neighbors care with that sort of thing. So um, the river is so woolly in places that nobody wants to go, but it doesn't bother me, you know. There was a time when there was an escaped prisoner that was out literally in my backyard, and the cops were parked down at the bridge, and they were parked over here and parked down there. And I was like, "What's the matter?" Well, we figure he'll come out sometime. It's like, y'all ain't going in after him. Oh, hell no. We ain't going in that, um, uh, tick infested, rattlesnake moccasin, briar patch and weeds and stuff. We ain't going in there after him. No, we'll wait till he comes out. So it's like somebody asked me one time, they said, are you worried about the cops ever get? And I said, no, because I know places down there, you know, I think of that Johnny Horton song, in 1814, we took a little trip along with Colonel Jackson down to mighty Mississippi. We took a little bacon and we took a little beans, and we fought the bloody British in the town called New Orleans. Well, we fired our cannons to, anyway. It wasn't as many years, it was a while ago. Fired once more, and they began to running down the Mississippi to the Gulf of Mexico, where they ran through the briars and they ran through the brambles and they ran through the bushes where the rabbit wouldn't go. They ran so fast that the hounds couldn't catch them. Down the Mississippi to the Gulf of Mexico, So I think about that in that, those of us, and I just don't think any different, right? That there are folks who would not venture very far in my backyard. And my backyard is cleared up a lot. But if I was to go downstream a little ways, they would just not venture there at all. They just would not go. So it's like, so am I worried about, whether anybody go to the swamp if not that I feel like I have to hide from them, but my point is there are some people going, I ain't going down there. No, I just ain't going down there. He'll come out, but no, I ain't going. And I would. That's the difference. And the thing is, in a lot of these places, even in my own backyard, I mean, the 17-foot canoe, me me and Gray Wolf went down the river one day when it was, evening time. And him being heavier than me, I let him sit in the back. And so I could guide the front of the canoe because it's 17 foot. And some of the turns on the river in the backyard, you really got to negotiate them just right, or you ain't going around it. And if there's a log or something, so we went down and found this stretch that was like, once we got around a couple of curves, it was a nice, long, straight stretch. And it was beautiful. I mean, ripples, nice, or barely a turn. And then we got into this big, wide turn, huge, old oak tree down there and some magnolia trees. And I mean, a lot deeper in the swamp than my backyard because there ain't no roads to it nor trails. And it gets even swampier deeper the further south you go from my house. And we were a good mile and a half south of, my property line, and stopped. And on the way back, it got dark. Had never been that far down the river. So with Joe and me paddling, he was No, didn't have a flashlight, didn't have anything, darker than snot. He was like, "How are we going to get back?" And I said, "Well, you're an Indian, and I'm supposed to be an Indian, with a name like Hawkeye Two Feathers." I said, "Let's." We made it all the way back. Had never been on that stretch of the river before. Had never opened it up enough, and made it all the way back, and only bumped into something. Now, no flashlights, no moon, just opening your eyes up and being aware. We'd be paddling. I go, "Joe, slow down. There's a, whoop, there it is." And I'd reach out, and there'd be a limb sticking out. He'd go, "Man, how do you catch that?" And I would literally put out my radar and looking in the darkness, and I mean dark, but there I'd catch between the reflection of the water and whatever light that's coming out of the sky, just skylight, no moon, and be able to tell that there'd be a shadow or something. There'd be a difference, and I go, "Oh, gotta go left, gotta go right," and we'd side bump something, but it was really narrow. But as far as actually running into anything, nope. That was like that time on the Ocklackney River when I came back up that time, and the ferries brought me back and showed me how to get back. I didn't run into anything for that mile and a half neither. Been some amazing times on the river, but here's the thing though, I've learned in this process of lessons that I've learned to allow that to come out and go, "Whoop, I can do this." "Well, but it's dark and I don't have a light." Calm down. We'll get back. So, and I sometimes, well, I was a pioneer in the old days. I just was. I don't know so much if I was a cowboy, but I was a pioneer. So anyway, do you ever collect birch sap, or are those trees not in your area? There are some birch, but they call them river birch around here. And they're similar, but I don't think they're the same. Are you still rambling? Cupcakes are ready. Well, thank you, Jesus. I need to go get some coffee too, Sarah. Wooly bully, wooly bully. Sam the Sham and the Pharaohs, yeah. Right here on WFLA. Yeah, it's 5:02 a.m. in South Georgia. We're going to tune you in right now and say, I think we've got some Patsy Cline. Patsy, are you here? No, I decline. Okay, so it's Patsy Decline. Greetings and favor. Hey, Esty. Hi, yeah. You people are crazy to hang out with me, but I love you. Birch sap. No. There are a lot of trees that used to be here in that aren't here anymore. Now, here's something, just talking about trees and stuff, and pack my bowl and smoke a cigarette maybe. Since y'all hanging out with me here, I'll hang out with you some more. I ain't got nothing else to do. Oh, made it over 4 hours there, Michelle. When there are times when I look at somebody was doing a video and I just happened to pop in and I was like, "Oh my God, they did 3 hours, 2.5 hours. Now, how could they talk?" And I stopped right there and went, "How many times have I done a 2 hour show, 3 hour show, 4 hour show? How many times has Michelle and David and all them folks got, like, okay." And I kind of feel like sometimes like Mother Earth, Michelle, in that, folks, she's sitting there talking and having a rap and doing and whatever. And I think that's lovely. I absolutely do. And, oh, mate, I think it's lovely, don't you know? Oh, it's a beautiful day in the neighborhood, eh? Mate, it's a beautiful day. Whose neighborhood is it, though, is the question, right? This lighter's almost dead. Every once in a while, it'll surprise me. Both of these should have been dead about 2 weeks ago. found a present. Pretty. I found a present. The present was given to me, I don't know, quite a few months ago. Okay. Friend from out of town stopped by, say hi, and smoke one with me. And he goes, "Oh, by the way," he says, "I got this stuff right here." And I said, "Okay." And I'd shared a couple of brownies that I'd made with him. And so he takes this paste, right, and just scrapes a little off with his knife, right. And I said, "Is that?" And he goes, "Yeah, probably." You know, one of those conversations where you don't have to actually finish because you know. Anyway, so he scraped some of this off, and he's like, "You got a little something?" I was like, "Yeah, here, put it on this in this little on the edge of this plastic thing here. I'll find him." And he goes, well, that." And he said, "Let me hear." And he takes his knife and he scrapes a little bit more. I don't know. It was sort of like wax paper, but it wasn't. So anyway, so he scrapes a little off and he puts it beside it and he goes, and he scrapes a little more. And I say, "Well, thank you. What do I do with that?" And he said, "Well, just put a drop of that on, and just hit it once and see what you think." Okay. And he goes, "Well, here." So this fourth time he goes, and puts it on his thing. And I said, "Okay, great." So, we smoke one and we get about halfway through and we're done because it's like whatever he brought was like boing. So he's like, "I'll talk to you later. See you." So he leaves me the roach. He leaves me this roach and this stuff. And so I was like, "Wow." So I said, "Well, I'm pretty well stoned right now. I'll wait till later." So I put it in this little container and forgot about it. So I was looking at this little container and was like, "Now that container's been sitting over here in the back over there for a while now." I shook it and there was something in it. And I said, opened it up and looked down in there in it. And it had dried up enough to where it wasn't gooey, but I knew what it was. And I was like, "Oh my God, OMG." So I shook it a little more and I was like, So, poke down in there and get me this little piece out. Holy crap. I was like, "Whoa, dude." I don't know what that stuff was. I think it's like dab. Okay. And because, I I'm down here in the swamp. I don't get out much. So, and plus it's illegal here. But but I think it was like dab. And it reminded me of hash from way back. And so, but this was too sticky. This was too gooey from the hash that I was. Now, this has been 25 years ago that I've seen any hash, but so, but in seeing it, I was like, it was similar. So when I saw it, I was like, well, it's some kind of, potent stuff because it's in a gooey state. So, but I had put it in this little container and just absolutely forgot about it. And it's not very much. It really isn't. But I just put a little pinch in and fired that puppy up. It was like, holy, it was like I smoked a half a joint. I was like, wow. So whatever it is, whatever flavor it is. And so I was like, and that thing's been sitting over there now for a couple of months. So it might go back to like my birthday or something, back in September. But I was like, I remember him stopping by, and I remember having this gooey stuff, and we shared one of my uh, brownies, and well, okay. And then I went, "Oh, I remember now. I don't remember what it is, but so I was like, thank you." Months later, quiet little present sitting over here on my table, trying to clean shit up. What's in there? I don't know, but There are times when I feel like I have absolutely lost it. I look at my table here, and as many times as I've cleaned it up, it's still a fucking mess. I'm like, I think I just got used to looking at it the way it is, and it's like, well, it's pretty clean. The glasses are there, and they're all in their place. But the thing is, that ain't the place all this stuff should be. Is sitting on this table. No, 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 no. So, um, anyway, and I reflect back to my grandpa Null, which I have succeeded in outliving him as far as age, because I think he only lived to be 67, and I'm 68 and a half, so I beat him. But anyway, and it's sad too because he should have lived better longer. But I think Grandma Null killed him. I do. She wanted to sell me off to some lady anyway in Dayton. Imagine, negotiating your own grandson away from the family to put him somewhere that is like not even, related. Wow, that's just I can't imagine that. No, get rid of him. Yeah. I was that unwanted child, and then all of a sudden, Grandma will turn around. Oh, we love you so much, and yeah, you lying sack of bitch. um, um. Oh, but anyway, yeah, that was an interesting little surprise that I found. I know I use the river analogy a lot, but having been on the Nantahala River up there now, it's not a super duper, but they do have a class 3 and a couple of class 2 rapids. I've been on some other rivers, on the Chattooga. Um, no, I'm sorry, the Oconee. Yeah, I have been on the Chattooga River, but not rafting. Um, Trout fishing in North Georgia. Um, and oh boy, the Chattooga is the one where they filmed Burt Reynolds and them on um, so and it's beautiful up there. Let me tell you, between northeast Georgia and South Carolina, the border. We stayed up there and fished both sides. You go out of Georgia and into South Carolina, and the topography and everything changes. I mean, we'd driven all around the Georgia side and crossed over into South Carolina up there in the national forest. And within 2 miles, we seen pheasants. Within 2 miles. Crossed back over, drove around the Georgia side of the Chattooga River. The rest of the day, never saw one pheasant. We saw maybe 6 or 8 pheasant within the 5 or 6 miles that we drove through the South Carolina side. Drove back into Georgia, not one pheasant. Now, what's the difference? The river? I mean, seriously. And that's what I was going to say about if you drive over towards the Big Ochlockonee River, which two ways you get there from here, or just go straight south on 202, but that's further down. But to the point, in my backyard, and as far down as I have been, and on the Little Ochlockonee, and I've come up the Little Ochlockonee from the big Ochlockonee, and in a couple of places there are cypress trees. Now there are cypress trees all the way up the Big Ochlockonee, way up farther north than where I live. Okay. but there's not one cypress tree anywhere that I've seen on the Little Ochlockonee River. Not a cypress knee, not the remnants of a cypress tree. And we're like 2.5 miles apart. So from this side of the ridge, where the Little Ochlockonee River is, that the Big Ochlockonee, you go over the ridge and then 2.5 miles the other way is the Big Ochlockonee. There are cypress trees all up and down that river, and they used to cut them out. Further down the river, there are huge logs that me and a friend of mine were talking about. We would love oh my God, they're huge. And they're works of art just sitting there with the roots and everything. But heavy, big logs. But 2.5 miles this direction, same kind of river. They're even connected. There ain't a cypress tree one. What's the deal? I mean, like going over into South Carolina and seeing all these pheasants coming back into Georgia, not a bird, It's just really weird, some of the things that go on in nature. But with that said, though, it's best spirit. Thank you, Sarah. I'm entering twilight zone. Going to go recline. I'll be listening. My battery's dying. Much love to y'all. Bye, Dave. I'm fixing to go too. My battery's dying. It's 5:30 in the morning, and I supposedly have things to do. Yeah, loved hanging out with you. Interesting stories that I went on today having to do with the river. I know I wish some of y'all were any of y'all were nearby. There's a river I want to go down, but I'll be damned if I need to go down it by myself. Uh, but at the same time, I shouldn't be scared. And it's the Withlacoochee, and I had not paid enough attention to it until recently. And it's like I found some places, and I've also found out that from the Little River, which goes into the Withlacoochee, where I'm at over here on the Little Ochlockonee River, there is very few places, if ever, that you find any rocks. It's sand. It's a big sandy watershed all the way down. I mean, I've been on it all the way down to Ochlockonee Bay and several places in between. It looks the same from one end to the other, in trees down, sandy, curvy. It lives up to its name. But you go 25 miles to the east to the Withlacoochee River, and it winds around down around Quitman and then down into Florida, and it's got rocky bottoms in many places. There are shoals along the way, and it looks like the places along on the Hillsborough River and other places. So from 25 miles to the east, the whole bottom and the terrain and everything, I've looked at it with Google Earth, and there are very few trees that are down across it. The whole terrain changes, but it's still South Georgia. And so it's like, I have issues with the Ochlockonee because there's so many trees down across it. Even in a kayak or canoe, you're all the time getting out, or you can't get through, or you can't get under. It's horrible. The river is beautiful, but the amount of litter on the river, you just can't get through. So but if I go 25 miles to the east, I can get on the Withlacoochee, and oh my God, so anyway, and there's a couple of places to put in. So I'm ready and willing and ready to go. So if anybody was around, I got the stuff. Let's go camping. There are places to camp on it. And a lot of wilderness. And it looks like even fewer people on the river than around here in some spots. So anybody want to go? I'm ready. Come on down. Might have to pull my truck. I got to fix it. Okay, my friends. I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the blessings from the universe. I continue to pray every time I put my feet on the floor and wake up and say, I continue to pray for all of you, your friends, your family, and all of your relatives and your relations, past, present, and to come. Will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the blessings from the universe. And in that law of three, which will come up to my knees, is that I continue to pray that each and every day, each and every one of you continue to learn to accept, receive, and to share that wonderful knowledge and the healing and the wisdom from the universe. Y'all keep up the good word. Thank you, David. Sarah, as always, Michelle, you're a delight. Estee, Monfort, Ian, and anybody else lurking around in the background. We love you. We do. Thank you. Everybody keep up the good work. Honest to goodness. You know, there are lots of good things that the ancients told us, but here's the thing. You know, what good is all of this knowledge and digging into our past when nobody pays a bit of attention to any of it? And because what should they learn from it? Ooh, well, the Anunnaki this and these people that, and yeah, are you sure you know what the hell you're talking about? Number one. Number two, what's that got to do with you today and where you are on that ladder that you seem to be on with this idea of ascension? So have you figured out how to get around on the bottom rung? Have you learned how to dive off the low board yet? Just saying. I continue to pray, though, that folks will understand this in a literal way, and that everything is a lesson in life, every single moment of every single day, and how we perceive it, how we live in it, how we spiritually accept it or delete it is up to us and no one else. We have complete control in that sense. There might be other forces that are around us trying to sway us one way or another, but we are the captains of our own ship if we choose to be so. So there you go, matey. you saddle up and put on your life vest, you know, because you're the captain of your own ship, right? It might be a 10-foot kayak, but I'm the captain, by God. So y'all sleep well. I will talk to you soon. And, you know, keep your ears on, as they said in the old CB world. Y'all keep your ears on. Now you hear? SD, adios to, and thank you all. God almighty, the sun's going to be coming. Well, no, sun don't come up till 7. Cheers, everybody. Love you. And until next time, you stay safe. Love you too, Michelle, and all y'all. You keep spreading that good stuff and keep up the good work, okay? Adios, amigos. Back at you too, eh? All right. And David, who was gone, and Ian, you're still here, but anyway, love you all. Be safe, okay? TTFN. Ween. Until next time.